Ah, okay. Don't look at that. I'm going to use my 3D model today because it's more expressive and I'm reacting to stuff. However, problem. It won't connect to my tracking software for some reason, so I have to fix that. Ever noticed that the abbreviation for your channel would be MOM? Yes, I've noticed because on fellow streamer Dark Tea Time VT's streams, whenever I show up, the entire chat goes, "Hi, Mom," with that exact abbreviation. So now I'm like, hello, children, I'm here. So yes, I've noticed. I noticed from like the very beginning. So put up with the PNG for a little bit. I'm trying to figure out why this won't work. Because I don't understand what your fucking problem is. I feel like I had this issue last. We just like had to change the name of our Wi-Fi. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Hold on. I know what the problem is. No, I don't. Hold on. Never mind. I was so certain. I was so certain I knew what the problem was, and now I'm less certain I know what the problem is. Hold on. Yeah, what the fuck? Well, I guess I can try that. Hold on. Usually the opposite is the problem. Sorry. I thought it was because it wasn't I didn't even finish putting in the IP address, then it started working. What? Yo, apparently the IP is at 19. That's not true. I need to trick Dizzy into calling you. Go for it. What do I care? It keeps like connecting and then unconnecting. It's like, oh, I got it. No, I didn't. Come on. You can do it. You literally, I keep, the tracking keeps being like, I'm moving, and then it stops moving. I don't know what its problem is. Please. Please, I'm begging you. Okay, well, let's switch back to that, because that makes more sense. The tracking is VTube Studio. And the IP, I should not say out. Oh my god, my microphone was muted. How did that happen? I know how that happened. I know how it happened. Because one of the numbers was a 0. Actually, multiple of the numbers was a 0, and you won't believe what my OBS mute button is. I forgot because I haven't been using it because my microphone has a mute button on it. And I was like, my mic isn't muted. Why? Yeah, you were muted. I thought it was a... No! No, I'm just stupid. I'm just a silly little guy. Oh, I never turned my light on. Hold on. It'll help the tracking when I come back. Probably. Okay. You know who was the most excited about me streaming again? It wasn't me. I mean, I'm happy to be streaming again, but I'm also, hey. Okay. I was like, come back. I'm happy to be streaming again, of course. I miss streaming. But I'm also very tired still. But the person most excited for me to be streaming again was my dad. I told him, he was like, when are you going to be streaming again? I miss your schedule. I'm like, you miss not being able to talk when you come home. But yeah, I figured let's do some easy, low-effort content. You know, really the cream of the crop. And I'll be a React Andy, which is why we're using the 3D model, because despite my best efforts, I can't get the expressions quite right on the 2D model yet. I've got to do some stuff with that, including some re-rigging and such. And some of it's just setting up expressions. But the thing is, this thing has better... I thought it was going to be sweet. Like, he better not be watching. He doesn't know my account. No. He's just like, I missed you screaming, because that's what he calls it. And then when I texted him, I'm like, I'm streaming, and he's like, yay! I'm like, okay. I don't know. I think it's just finally having me like consistently doing something, because I wasn't really. The thing is, I was streaming for longer than he knew I was streaming. But then I stopped streaming for a while, and when I re-debuted exclusively on Twitch last August, I had to start telling him because he would get home in the middle of the stream otherwise. But yeah, so there's that. I did miss streaming. I'm still not 100%, but we're fine. I'm healing. The teeth that were pulled were 3 of them were wisdom teeth, and 1 of them was just a tooth that was really bad, and honestly even worse than I thought. And the wisdom teeth, 1 of them is like fully closed where that was. The others are just healing pretty well. And then the one like normal tooth that got pulled, that thing, there was a whole issue. I'm not going to describe it because it's kind of gross with the gums around it, but essentially they had to stitch like across where the tooth was and then down the side of my gums because they like had to rip it open. It's not pleasant, but the side is closed well, but the actual top where the hole for the tooth is has not closed yet. Like, it's closed over, nothing can get in it, but it's not, like, healed together. So those 2 pieces, if I'm not careful, just, like, pull apart. Which is gross. And trust me, I could describe it even worse. But that's all I'll say on that. So, yeah, it's not fully healed. So I'm not at my peak, and I've been very, very tired. Like, I will sleep until the afternoon and immediately be, tired. My sympathy, I was both lucky and unlucky with my wisdoms. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty lucky. The top one, I honestly don't know that they needed to take that one out, but they were like, we should probably take that one out, and I was like, okay. You know? I'm not going to argue with the dentist on what they think needs to be done. They know more than I do. And listen, I didn't see a dentist for like a decade, so I'll take my punishment. I did get to keep one of my wisdom teeth because I had another tooth pulled. And so that wisdom tooth has more space now. So it had plenty of space. But the bottom two were impacted, so they were partially covered, so they had to be taken out. So, yeah. If we're really thinking about it, because I kept one of my wisdom teeth, and most people have all of their wisdom teeth taken out, we should just not count the wisdom teeth and say that I've only really lost one tooth because I got to keep one of my wisdom teeth, and I've only had 2 teeth pulled. Memory of wisdom. No, I did technically keep almost all of my teeth, except for the first one that was pulled a couple years ago. But I have the other 4 that were pulled last week. I have them. Not last week, the week before. I have them. The wisdom teeth are currently sitting in salt water to keep them both hydrated but also clean. And the other one is sitting in salt because no, actually that's too gross. Essentially, I'm trying to take off pieces that shouldn't be, that I need to have not on it, and they needed to dry out so that I could take it off. But I'm thinking I'm not going to be able to do anything with that tooth. As for the wisdom teeth, 2 of them, because now I will only have 3 to work with, so it won't be 2 for each. I was thinking I could make them into earrings. I need to get like resin to coat them in so that they don't become a biohazard. But I'm a freak, so, you know. Anyway, I should talk about what we're actually doing, yeah? So I 2 sculptures. I could, yeah. I don't think anyone's gonna buy that. Also, I don't want people owning my teeth. And that's the only reason I'd make a sculpture, because otherwise I don't have space for that. I do have space for, like, jewelry, but, like, sculptures? Unless someone buys me the Persona 3 figure. No, I'm kidding. Speaking of Persona, I did see that Persona 6 and was announced, and it's green, like everyone's been saying it's gonna be for years. Basically, since P5 came out, people have been like, Persona 6 will be green. No, there'll be like 2 sides. No. True. But like, I don't have a safe place to put it. You slowly grind it down. I didn't watch... I watched the State of Play, and I watched the Summer Game Fest, which if you are in my Discord you would know, because I posted like about the Summer Game Fest as it was happening. I did not watch the Xbox thing yesterday. Was it yesterday? I didn't watch that. I've just seen people talk about it. So you know what? I just realized, usually this thing thinks I'm, like, surprised every 5 seconds. It's not, like, changed expressions in a bit. No, there we go. Okay. I was like, usually it's, like, constantly thinking I'm surprised, which I was like, we're gonna have to live with that, but it's still got more expressions for, like, seeing my reactions to stuff. But no, it seems to be fine. Anyway, I have not watched the Xbox thing. I guess depending on how long this trailer stuff takes, I can do that later, or I don't know, some other time. I didn't watch it. I missed it. I was asleep. I watched like the single last trailer because I saw it like as soon as I woke up. And yeah, I've been waking up like in the middle of the afternoon and still being like so fucking exhausted. So when I woke up, but I keep waking up like in the morning. I'll wake up at like 6 a.m. and be like, I don't need to be awake. And I'll go back to sleep. And then my alarm will go off at 9. I'll take my medicine. I'll be like, I'm fucking tired. I go back to sleep. I wake up at noon. I get up. And then like an hour later, I'm like, I'm so fucking tired. I think it's partially a problem with my limited diet and when I, because of the healing, and partially just a problem with the healing. I'm already chronically fatigued, Anyway, what we're actually doing today. I guess I'll start with, like, explaining the Genshin thing, because I think my title's like, I haven't watched a trailer in a year, which is true. So, essentially, I was an early player of Genshin, not a like from the very beginning player, because when I first installed it, my computer would not run Genshin, and then I gave up. And then I saw Venti was rerunning, and I went, I love Venti, because I had watched the story of Mondstadt, and I was like, I'm not immune to Twinks. What a way to put that. But I was like 1.6, I think. Yes, it was 1.6 during Lantern Rite when I started playing. But I started playing specifically because I wanted Venti. That was it. I was like, that was it. You know what? I started playing for Venti. I spent, this is embarrassing, real money on Genshin in like 1.7 when Venti reran. I don't want to talk about it. To be fair, it was like on a gift card. It was for my birthday. Like, it was whatever. It wasn't like in my bank account money. And that is the only time I've spent money on that game. So I was like, I started playing this game for Venti. I'm gonna have him on my account, and I mained him for a long time, but then Kaza happened, and eventually I had to accept that they nerfed my boy. No, they didn't nerf him, but enemies, whatever. They buffed him recently with like the Hexenkreis stuff, but he's like the only one of those characters that I both have and like playing. And then last year in the summer, around Natlan like 5.3 probably, I stopped playing. I could not give a shit about the game at that point. I hate Natlan. I'm gonna say, and it's not, I hate it because I like the cultures that it takes influence from, but there's the obvious Natlan problem of the colorism. But the writing's bad. Listen, I hate the writing of Natlan. I finally, like in the last couple of months when I started playing again, because I did start playing again, I played through the Natlan story, and I still hate it. I have problems. I'm going to be nice today. I'm going to be good. I'm going to be nice. I'm going to try and focus on the stuff that I like when we watch these character demos, but I will warn that I do not like Mavuika. I think her character is very poorly written. I think it does a lot of telling you stuff without actually showing it in the way that the character is portrayed. And I know that her character demo is essentially a music video, and I know that I'm not going to like it. I'm going to start with, like, Kachina, because I can't guarantee that I watched any of the Natlan trailers. I'm pretty sure I did. I'm pretty sure I watched up to at least Kanich. I don't remember how they say his name, and honestly, how they say their names in Genshin doesn't mean much considering how often they mispronounce the names, canonically. Looking at you, Tainari. It should be Tagnari. But whatever. I'm going to be nice to Genshin, I promise. Mostly. I did watch a couple of specific demos in between then and now, but I've mostly not watched any of them. I uninstalled Genshin probably at like 5.4 or something. And I was like, I will reinstall Genshin if we go back to Mondstadt or Wanderer becomes important again. And then we went back to Mondstadt and I went, fuck. And then I reinstalled Genshin, but I did not keep up with it. And then I saw one crazy man and I was like, oh no, my self-control. And I caved and I started playing Genshin again in the last couple months to save up for Lohen because I am mentally unwell. So that's how that went. As for Star Rail and ZZZ, I have still been playing them on and off, depending on my mood. I was not keeping up with the 2.0 story for Zenless. So I even like I have notifications on for Zenless Zone Zero's like video posting, and I just haven't been watching the trailers for that. And then with Star Rail, I honestly couldn't tell you what happened there because I just didn't have the energy to keep up with all of the gacha games. And Lord of Heroes announced end of service, and it is now over. And I yesterday night finally uninstalled it from my phone. It feels really sad. And I know it doesn't matter if it's on my phone or not because it's reached end of service. There's nothing to play. It just feels sad. I love it so much. I miss it already. But I was grieving, okay? The only gacha game I was consistently playing was Path to Nowhere. Anyway, all of that to say, I have not been keeping up on trailers, even for the games that I like. Even for the games that I was consistently playing. But Genshin especially, because I was not playing it, I stopped watching the trailers because I didn't want to be tempted. But then I saw like one clip of a crazy boy and I went, oh no. Oh no. I saw a post on Twitter today where someone was like, Lowen's like if they took all of the Wanderer mischaracterization and made it a character. And you know what? Fair. That's so true. Okay, I did technically, I will admit, I did at one point reinstall Genshin to try and pull Dahlia, but because he was a 4-star, I did not manage to do that, but I did get Skirk. I haven't touched her, but I did. Grieving, not to be confused with griefing, yes. I've never done that, I don't think. Anyway, so I said this earlier, I brought out the 3D model because even though it looks worse, it does have better like expression tracking for the moment, and it will, if I try hard enough, change expressions. I don't know why it's like being like this. Usually if I like open my mouth it'll look like I'm surprised, but it's not really doing this. And I don't know why. Actually, hold on. Let me check something real quick, but I gotta hide this in case I accidentally show my IP address. just, you know. No, that's all those settings. Settings, expressions. Turn the sensitivity up. There we go. Yeah. No, it was the sensitivity was turned down. I think because I was tired of it constantly looking surprised. But you know what? It constantly looking surprised would probably be a benefit for this. Anyway, I'm hoping that my computer will be okay with the fact that we are using a browser. I wanted to just like use a browser on OBS, but it just would not work. So we just gotta live with that. I'm going to Oh, I usually don't use my VTuber account on YouTube to watch anything. It's mostly that's not entirely true. I've watched some stuff with it, and I'll like watch stuff so that I can comment on it with that account, but I usually watch stuff on my personal account that I've had since I was like 12. That's not true. Since I was 13, YouTube don't ban me. I actually probably was 13. Now I think about it. I wasn't using like most social media. Anyway, or when if I was younger, I was watching it like not through an account. I definitely, yeah, I must have been older. Anyway, me being old is not relevant. According to the are you a youth or an unk quiz, I'm actually still very young. Anyway, but I actually switched to my VTuber account so that I could properly watch the trailers and also not like dox myself. And I don't have to like crop it, but someone's gonna have to tell me how the volume is when we actually get a trailer going. Where's my music? We can stop listening to royalty. And then I will show Firefox and open and then I'll bring up OBS so I can actually look at it because it's whoops. Hey, that's not right. Firefox, please. There we go. Would you like to see my VC face holder? I'm sure that's fun. I'm not sure what the fuck my YouTube is doing in the background. I set it to only keep like a 3-month history, and I don't know how far it extends. I'm assuming not to likes and comments, but who knows? Probably not. It's probably just for like watching and stuff. I guess I gotta move myself over a little bit. I'm a little too close to the video. I can, if I move over a bit and I turn, no, it doesn't really work. I'm like, where can I put this that it looks like I'm looking at the video? But the answer is really nowhere unless I make a new screen, and I'm not doing that. So, oh no, I almost had us having double audio. Okay. I should put my headphones on at some point so that I can hear the audio. Give me a second. I need to blow my nose. Since I'm gonna be uploading at least the reaction bit of this to YouTube, should I do a YouTube intro or should I just like cut up? should I go through the entire starting point in this and just cut it up? I should probably do a YouTube intro, but it feels so cringe, even though I watch people do it and I don't think it's cringe when they do it, and then I go to do it and I'm like, you're so lame. If this does actually end up uploaded to YouTube for once, and I actually do what I say I'm gonna do, YouTube, hi, it's your favorite Catboy, and if I'm not, don't tell me. I'm watching Genshin trailers that I missed, which is basically everything from Natland to current, which is Lohen. Yay! Great intro, 10 out of 10. Like, subscribe, whatever the fuck the thing is. Watch me on Twitch. Hello, YouTube mom here. Today we're X. Remember to like and subscribe. Yeah, exactly. Chat knows what's up. Don't call me. But you know what? Actually, you can call me mom. I don't give a shit. I may be a boy, but I can be mom. I was like consistently a mom friend in groups of friends, so I'm like, whatever. Actually, I was the mom friend for the mom friend, so I was like the grandma. It was literally, people would be like, oh, it's grandma. And I'm like, yeah, it's me. Because I also did the thing where I'm like, have you eaten? I'll make you food. Do you need food? Please let me cook for you. Especially for my best friend, but that's mostly because they don't cook. and they don't season. They're like, I have salt and pepper, and I'm like, bro, no parsley, no paprika? I'm white, you're not. Between the two of us, I should be the one not seasoning my food. Meanwhile, I'm like, if it's not spicy enough to make me cry, it's not seasoned. I haven't been able to eat spicy food because you're not supposed to eat spicy stuff when you have your teeth pulled. Also, I'm recovering from YouTube. I'm recovering from tooth extractions, so if I seem strange, that's why. That's not true. I'm a freak normally, but like extra strange. Anyway, I'm using the 3D model. I said this to Twitch, but I'm using the 3D model because it has better expression tracking, even though it's not as cute as my my 2D model. Anyway, I'll put my actual headphones on so I can hear the videos, which would probably help. Oh, we're on demos, but actually, we should be on the teasers. I gotta hold on. I actually have to change something. Whoops. It'll be fine. Hold on. I'll fix it. I will fix it. I have to change stuff around so that I can still see my chat. There we go. And then I can make this a little bit bigger. We'll start with the 4-star trailers. Oh, remember to get chat to comment some sort of password on YouTube. Great to drive up engagement. Yeah, tell me your fave trailer or your fave character from Natlan, Nodcry, or Mondstadt, because we're back in Mondstadt. My favorite character is Venti. Ignore that I main Wanderer. I'm definitely still loyal. Thank you, Pisa. Okay, well, we will start with, because usually how it's released is teaser and then demo, or they just started calling them trailers as of like 5.x, right? So what we'll do, where should this be? I guess over here. It should also be, nope, that's underneath that. Okay. I should have just made a new screen, but I'm a dum-dum. What? Okay, we'll watch the 4-star demo. Sorry, trailer. I hate that they changed that, even though trailer does make more sense, but it bothers me specifically because now it's not internally consistent. Anyway, we'll watch the 4-star demo, then we'll watch the 5 stars teasers, then their trailers. That's how we'll do it. But we do need to test sound, so this is the teasers, which is not correct. We want the demos. I'm pretty sure I watched Kachina up until I definitely watched Kanich's trailer. I don't know if I ever watched Shalonen's. And then I watched Lanyon and Mizuki's. Just for fair warning, so I've probably watched these first few, but it's been a while and I don't remember them. So we'll start with Kachina. I guess since this is a playlist, I can just do this, and we will fight my computer for a little bit while it loads. It'll be okay. I believe. It'll be fine. Just give it an hour. I should have just opened all of these videos. I didn't think this would be this difficult. I believe in you, please. Eventually it'll load. I didn't really think about it. This whole video is gonna take longer just because of this. Just because this is gonna take a while. Oh, Hoyoverse. Tell me how the sound is.
Your footsteps told me you were coming. By the way...
Yes, YouTube, I know, you're struggling. Shut up.
Would you like to visit my home sometime? There are a lot of legends about heroes in Natland. You've been to a bunch of countries in Tibet, so you...
Oh, Kachina. She's so cute. I do like Kachina. You can tell me if the audio's good. Please. Sounds good. Maybe slightly louder than you are. Okay, we'll turn it down just a tiny bit. Because I tend to be quieter than I mean to be. It's like a consistent issue, so. What I should do is... Why are we all the way up here? Hi, Darren. Sweetheart. You're too recent. We should be down here. What I should do is open the Mulan teaser. And try to pause it. So that it's like loaded. I'll mute this so that we can't hear it when it starts playing on its own. Before I can pause it. I would love if I had like a better computer, but I don't, so we just have to live with this. My computer will probably throw a fit for like the foreseeable future after the stream. But that's fine. That's my fault. That's my problem. Come on. I did try to pause it. But it's like you didn't hit the pause button, so fuck you. Okay, there. Now I can unmute that because I will forget. Okay. We can actually start now. Let me know if it's still a little loud, obviously, but we'll start with Kachina. My dearest girl. I do remember I don't remember her trailer very well, but I do know of her. I did finish Natlan's story by now. Despite how I felt about Natlan. Because that's what made me stop playing Genshin. Not Kachina herself. Natlan's story. But I did like Kachina. I like her little arc in the story. I think she's cute. So, yeah. Of the characters in Natlan, she's up there along with Mulan. I like them a lot. Yeah. I'm trying to be nice. Okay. Although she's a 4-star, so her trailer won't have much going on.
Told me you were coming. By the way, would you like to visit my home sometime? There are a lot of legends about heroes and
if nothing else, her music is really good.
So you must know a lot of legends, right?
As is the case with Hoyoverse.
Shiny ores underneath all of the sand? We could do a quick dig just to check.
I kind of forgot she was a polearm.
Let her rip.
Cause does anyone ever actually use her basic attacks? Oh, sweetheart.
Sorry, but I can't really control them. They're way too excited right now. Here, let me just cover them up.
Oh. She is really cute. I admit it. Obviously, she's a 4-star, so her sound is still good. Okay. She's a 4-star, so her her trailer doesn't have as much going on. You know, it's just like in-game voice lines and stuff. I do think, like, I remember when we didn't have 4-star trailers. And I remember being super excited for the back when Eula and Yanfei were coming out, when Yanfei had a demo, and I was like, oh my god, a 4-star demo. I know that she wasn't the first one. I think the first 4-star, like, post, like, 1.0, because in 1.0 we had, like, the standard character demos for, like, Kaya and Xiangling and stuff. But, like, when we started consistently having them was Rosaria, right? But they've really upped their game with that, like, adding effects and stuff instead of just purely being in-game stuff. So I do think they're good, but I'm probably not gonna have as much to say about the 4-star demos, you know? Sorry, trailers. I'm gonna make that mistake a lot because, you know, back in my day, they were called demos. We'll load Mulaney's and hope for the best. We'll be seeing Lohen's face a lot because he's the most recent. If I upload this in a timely manner to YouTube, he will have just come out. Well, as a character, he might have just come out because I probably won't upload it like today, but his demo came out last night, I think. Mute. It doesn't really help because I do have subtitles on, and I always do. I never turn closed captions off because I don't process audio well. Wait, I can pause it. Please. I see the pause button, please. Mulaney, please. Gonna be a lot of this. If I could run the video on a separate device into OBS, that'd be great. I can't do that though, so here we are. Okay, but first, her teaser.
Being a guide in Natlan isn't easy. You never know what can happen on an unfamiliar road.
Stop right there! Hand over all your Mora!
Huh? A bad lady! I'm scared! Still, as the elders say, if you can solve a problem with Mora, might as well take the easy road. You're new at this, aren't you? First robbery? This is for you. Not because you tried to take it, but because you're about to do me a favor. Oh,
I can't unhear Morgana.
Right? Could you take us somewhere?
Okay.
I'm so sorry to Mulaney's voice actress. I can never unhear Morgana.
It's really here.
I'm sorry. I wouldn't have done this if there was any other way.
Shh, come with me.
I will give Natlan one thing, the creatures are so
Today was awesome.
well designed.
You're not a bad person after all.
Not anymore. I can show you more places later.
Yay!
Being a guide sounds like a pretty cool job.
The elders also say, beautiful scenery and good friends are worth their weight in gold. Guess I hit the jackpot.
The little fish in her eyes. I forgot that that she looked like that. I will say, the only thing I could think this whole time, and I've just been sitting here going, wouldn't like If you've watched Avatar: The Last Airbender, wouldn't like Iroh way to handle being robbed? It's like, so you suck at this, right? You're like really bad at robbing people. Have you considered not doing that? I believe you can pursue your actual dreams. I do like Mulaney. I can't unhear Morgana. And that's a problem like I had with Sethos and Fire Emblem Three Houses, is I just could not unhear Morgana. Because that's the first place I've heard her voice, and it's very distinct. I said her, I don't know the actor's gender. Because I also sound like a girl, so like I can't be like, well, that's what they sound like. Anyway, I do like Mulaney a lot. I wish, like a lot of characters in that land, maybe just like a little bit more melanin, you know? But she's like the only character with any, so I'll give her that. I'm gonna be nice to Genshin today. I'm not gonna make a whole thing about the colorism. This will be the only time I comment on it, but it really is like her character design would look really good with just like a little bit darker, you know? It really makes the blue pop. Anyway, but I do like her character design. I remember when the first time I saw her, not liking it. Like, I remember thinking, because at the time, I was really not liking Natlan's character designs, and I will stand by some of my issues with it, but Mulaney's character design has grown on me a lot because it really, really suits her character, like as a person. So, I am not immune to Genshin character designs. But now her trailer. Can I be honest? I never really figured out how her skills work. I also don't have her, so I didn't need to, but whenever she's like a trial character, I've been like, I don't know how to use you.
From the people of the springs, at your service. All of Natlan is at our fingertips. Let me show you. Follow me.
Also, her and Kachina's trailers really just feel like an excuse to show off Natlan's like world design.
Thanks, dude.
Which isn't necessarily bad, but it does kind of hurt their character trailers as like character trailers.
Now feast your eyes on this.
Oh yeah, she's a catalyst, isn't she? I kind of forgot.
Alright, last but not least, it's time for the grand finale! Ready? Go!
Yeah, this is very much just showing off Natlan like exploration. It is at least suitable for her personality.
Did you have fun? Course you did. Catch you on the next one.
Although honestly, that would terrify me. Sorry, like as a person, I'm not scared of heights. I'm scared of falling, like from any amount of height. That is to say, Like, I can be like an inch off the ground. I'm still terrified of falling. Okay. There's no 4 stars, so in the second part of 5 point. I don't know what I'm saying. There's no 4 stars, so we'll go over to Kanich. I do remember this teaser and the trailer, I think. I think Kanich was like the last, before Durin came out, I think he was the last character I actively pulled for, excluding Dahlia, but all that got me was Skark. I still don't have Dahlia. I know he's not meta. I don't care. Listen, look at me. Look at me. I had to pull for the pink-haired boy. I couldn't not do it. Okay. Oh yeah, this was during the stuff going on. If I'm being honest, I don't remember if I actually pulled Kanich. I remember trying to pull for him. I don't remember if I got him, because I never built him if I did. I probably didn't. But I'd have to like open Genshin to check. I remember before this teaser came out, people were really like surprised about him being a Saurian hunter, because that's like, they were like, how isn't that like a bad thing? And then this teaser came out to be like, no, please understand, it's not like. Oh, it's crying. I didn't notice that the first time I watched it.
Oh, 竜狩りの小僧、もう終わったのか？いや、提示したモラでは足りないと伝えに来た。は？どういう意味だ？アハウ、こいつらは報酬としてお前にやる。大つくばりの主ども、偉大なる清流クフルアハウを前に恐れおののけ。
I'm still really unclear on how Ahau works in universe, because he's flat. You know? He's like 2-dimensional. I'm still really unclear on how that works in universe, and I'm not sure anyone really knows. But this, I said I was going to be nice to Genshin, but this is where I started to be like, what are we doing? What are we doing, Genshin? And it only progressed from there. However, I am not immune to pretty boys. Specifically because this was around let's see, it was June or something that ZZZ started, right? No. It would have been like the year before. Because we're in like year 3 of Zenless, right? No. Whatever. It was early Zenless stuff, and I was like, you could probably put him in Zenless on Zero, and it, like, with very few changes, and it'd still make sense. But, you know, I've grown as a person. And by grown as a person, I mean I've given up on I've given up on character designs fitting what I feel like was the vibe of Genshin for a long time. The design philosophy in Genshin has changed. And I think I've finally learned to accept that. I still hate Malvika's fucking biker outfit. The zipper is maybe the most egregious thing I've ever seen in my life, but I don't care. I hate it, but you know, if you like any of the character designs, live your best life. Like I'm not gonna be like, if you like the character designs, you're stupid and bad. Like, that's ridiculous. I do. Okay, there's one exception. They've revealed Sandron's like redesign, and if you think that that's better than her original design, I think there's something wrong with you. Because just purely based on like design, like of a character, it doesn't make any sense to have done that to her. But she's not out yet, so we don't have to talk about it. Anyway, Kanich's character trailer. Oh yeah, I also, listen, artistically, I appreciate that stuff, but like in Genshin, it just feels so out of place. The like 8-bit stuff, it's like, what are we doing? I think they just wanted to show off, one, more of Natlan, and also the, like, exploration benefits of their characters. And their new, like, the lighting changes, because the lighting in Natlan, especially in the demos and stuff, is actually really good. Although it does kind of feel like they went out of their way to make him talk as little as possible in the demo because they knew what was going on. See, here's the thing. Oh.
あいつらを呼んだのまたお前だな。
へえ、使えねえゴミばっかだぜ。たく、お前はいつになったらやられんだ。この偉大なる勢力フラハはお前の体を奪う日が待ちきれねえぜ。
ならもっと値段の高いやつを呼ぶことだ。
I was gonna say, I don't feel like you learn. I feel like in some of the demos, you learn something about the character. Some of them are definitely just to show off their skills. And this is one of those. It's like, I didn't learn anything, because you basically already know their dynamic by now, especially because this comes out after you've been in that land for a little bit. But, you know, it's okay. Shalonen, who I know is like, God, I know Shalonen is like a really good support. Oh, my chat's reconnecting. I think I like refuse to roll for the Natlan characters on principle because of the changes to the meta. So yeah, and also the story was losing me during Natlan. So those two things in combination. What the fuck? You can probably hear that too. maybe not. There's a vehicle that's fucking loud outside. It always every time. It doesn't matter if I stream in the morning or the evening. Someone's like, I gotta make as much noise as possible right now. Anyway, I do remember when I was finally playing the Netland story, I did like Shalonen, like as a person. I like that it still says we're on
Ancient names are Natland's generational legacy. They are records of our past.
There we go. Well, we'll just start over. We good? Okay, there we go. I didn't even have to hit play, it did it.
Ancient names are Natland's generational legacy. They are records of our past and chronicles of our heroes. Behind every echo, a timeless victory. Every canopy, an unseen conflict.
No.
And every spring, a heated battle. But from one generation to the next, history can change. The slightest distortion poisons our legacy.
Everyone wants wealth and fame.
Power means you never yield.
Protect others at your peril.
Fact, legacy, and true history. That is what I forge. With the blood of this land. A hero is engraved in stone. Their legacy, immortal in this name. This blessing, forged in flame. Luongozo is complete.
I will say, as a character, I think Shalonen's very interesting. And I think this teaser does a very good job of like establishing one, like the very serious parts of her character and the ancient name stuff. It's probably the only time that I feel the proper weight for the ancient name stuff, because in the story itself, they say a lot about how important it is and when they get to the point of like trying to forge an ancient name for the traveler, they say a lot about how difficult it is. But in practice, as you're actually going through the process, it just feels so easy. Like, it doesn't feel like a big deal at all. So this teaser is probably the only time where I've been like, oh shit, this is really serious. Also, Shalonen is probably where the character design change in philosophy is felt the hardest, because nothing about her screams like blacksmith who forges stuff. Nothing in her design tells you what she does. It does tell you how she acts in combat, because it's very it fits the like roller skating, like DJing stuff. It doesn't really show anything about she's a blacksmith and forging ancient names and super important. But I'm sure we'll see more of the side that her design actually shows in her trailer, if it ever loads. I might actually have to like edit this just to to cut out some of the loading time.
Wow, what a beautiful gem.
I feel like maybe I did. I don't remember watching her teaser, but I feel like I've seen parts of her trailer. Like, I feel like I've heard, like, just that beginning bit's familiar. Did I watch her trailer and just not her teaser? I don't know.
Wow, what a beautiful gem. You should turn it into jewelry.
We should check the grade first.
God, I will give Genshin this. It's fucking beautiful.
Think of a better use for you.
And so is she, to be fair. See, what are we doing? Genshin, what are we doing? I do prefer demos where the action is related to whatever the demo. Sorry, the trailers story is. But this all feels very disconnected.
Looks like these Saurians don't miss a beat. Time for a test drive.
Well, I guess they're connecting it a little bit. I wasn't aware Lohen was an idol. I thought she was a blacksmith. I'm sorry. If I say she would make a better Star Rail character, would you see my vision?
It took so long to dig up, and now the phlogiston is gone.
That's for the best. Better lost in the heat of battle than locked away in a jewelry box. Gems like these are meant to burn.
I can see a little bit what they were trying to do there. Like character-wise, like show off of her perspective on the forging materials and stuff. Do I like it? No. Here's the thing. On its own, like disconnected from Genshin and everything, like just as a character piece, right? I think it's a good demo. The thing is, I can't mentally disconnect it from Genshin as a whole, and that I think that's where a lot of Natlan lost me. Like, its story is not well written, but like the story beats are fine on their own. They just feel weird in the context of everything else you've experienced in Genshin. It's such a wild deviation aesthetically, and I don't just mean like, oh, the nations, like real life places it takes influence in, because obviously that's the case with every nation. I mean like design philosophy wise, it's so disconnected that I couldn't handle it. Now that I've finished, well, mostly finished Natlan's story, and I'm not like stuck in it, I can appreciate the characters more. Lohen on her own, I do really like, one, her character design, and two, her character, like the way she acts, the way she's portrayed. The two, like, the serious aspects of her seen in her teaser and the aspects seen in the trailer. However, it's taken me till now to be able to say that. I wish if they were going to make such a drastic change in the design philosophy, there was more of a, like, transitional period. I think it's just the sudden change from what we were seeing in Fontaine to what we were seeing in Natlan. And I don't mean the places it takes influence from. I mean the actual, like, thought process behind designing the characters clearly changed. Anyway, Auroron is a 4-star, so we only have a trailer for him. I remember when Auroron came out, people being like, people who were very negative on Natlan praising his, like, character, and I'm like, he's still falling into the same, like, design philosophy problems. You guys are just being misogynist. Also, I like Auroron. I don't think he's, like, any better than the other characters in Natlan. Like, I think people just didn't like Shalonen and Mavika and maybe Mualani because they were being misogynist. I'm just saying. Because the design philosophy isn't that different, except for the fact that the female characters are obviously more sexualized. And that's just, like, a fact. Elusive and unfathomable hues.
Sometimes a shrouded path is not meant to be walked. The moonlight makes the surface of the water glisten. Although, at night, the water turns pitch black. It's impossible to tell how clean it is.
Although, I will say...
Hello, I'm Auroron from the Masters of the Nightwind.
I do appreciate the aesthetic of the Nightwind being like, oh, dark and mysterious, and then it's like, no, he's just kind of like a loser, and I say that with affection.
Where I come from, but that doesn't bother me too much. I care more about where I'm going. There are things buried beneath the snow. Careful now. Let's not wake them up.
I mean, that's a 4-star demo. I don't have that much to say. It's really just an excuse to talk about Auroron. This trailer manages to completely avoid spoiling for you that he's just kind of a loser. And again, I say that with the utmost affection. He's just like, I'm just trying to tend to my plants. I don't know why I had an accent when I said that, but you know. Oh, Chaska. I'm hoping Chaska's teaser or demo makes me like her more. I want to like Chaska so bad, and I don't. I hate her character design. And listen, I say with most of the characters that I don't like the change in design philosophy, but the designs on their own I like. Chaska, I just don't like the design, full stop. And part of it is Natlan. Okay, Genshin does this a lot where they show you an NPC and they go, this NPC you care about them because of X, Y, and Z. Either you do, or they're really important to a character, right? That is playable, and then they take that and then they kill them. And it's never worked for me. That's not true. Dunyarzad worked for me, and oh my god, what's his name? The boy from Inazuma. Not Tepe, the boy from Inazuma in the world quests for Seirei Island? Oh my god, I don't. It's been too long since I've been in Inazuma. I don't remember what any of the place locations are. But you know, the boy with the feather. With the feather. That just makes it sound like I'm talking about Wanderer. The other one. It starts with an R. What is his name? Anyway. But like, it worked for me with Dunyarzad a little bit. And I think that's because she lived. So I didn't feel like I was being manipulated. I was like, I knew that you were gonna die. With like Tepe, people are like, oh my god, I'm so upset Tepe is dead. I'm like, he's been a death flag from the second he showed up, and also he was annoying. I'll say it. I fucking hated Tepe. I was like, thank god. All of that to say, Chaska's sister falls into that, where they go, you care about her because Chaska cares about her, and look at she's doing this stuff, and you care about her, and I'm like, I don't. I'm sure Chaska loves her, but I didn't believe in her surviving that the whole time. I was like, she's got that NPC design, she's not going to be playable, and I know that they gotta push Chaska to be one of the heroes, and you know how that's gonna happen. Like, I saw it coming. I did. Listen, I'm not saying I felt nothing when it happened. I felt a little bit. But I also just didn't care about Chaska. All of that to say, I'm hoping that the teaser or the demo will make me feel a little bit more for her. Also, I haven't done like any character quests in a while. And I mean longer than since I stopped playing. Like, I did Yoimiya's, but I think I might have done Risley's just because it was easy. I think I started it on accident. But like, I still haven't done Baiju's quest. Like, I'm so far behind on character quests. So maybe I think Chaska has a character quest, right? She's a 5-star. So probably if I ever get around to doing that, I might feel more for her. I assume she has a character quest unless we just stop doing it for every 5-star. I haven't checked. But I'm hoping her teaser or demo will make me feel something. I'm prefacing this a lot because if I don't have a lot to say, I don't want people to be like, why did you basically say nothing about Chaska? It's like, because I didn't like her. And also, this is prefacing that anything positive I say, you know I mean, because I don't like this character. She's also just not a character type I usually like, and that's okay. I say all of this knowing that people like this character. If she's like your favorite character, I'm so happy for you. And I mean that genuinely. I probably sound sarcastic. I'm not very good at controlling my tone or even using the tone that I mean. But genuinely, I'm happy for you. Like, I will never be like, this character I don't like, so they shouldn't exist. I will always be like, this character I don't like. If you like them, I'm glad, you know? And unless you're a Dottore fan. And that's not... No, I'm kidding. You can be a Dottore fan. Just stop pretending like he wasn't always the most evil man. If you can accept that your fave is evil, that's fine, you know? Listen, I have been a fan of some piece of shit people, you know? Not in real life, like characters. You have to be a proper villain appreciator. Love that they're evil. Don't pretend like they're not evil. Anyway, but Chasuka's not evil. She's fine. She's just not a character type I usually like.
Yasha, the Inca gang called dibs on this job.
And that means it's yours? Not in my book.
That's what dibs means, girls.
Yasha, back down, or you're not gonna like how this ends.
We had an understanding. But taking you out sounds like a better deal.
Boss, now's our chance. Let's get him. We'll show you. Yeah, let's go. Kokosaur?
She's here.
Inca, Yasha, do me a favor before this gets ugly. Let's talk this out, shall we?
Chaska, this will end in blood. There's nothing you can do to stop it.
Enough talking. Let's fight.
2 against 1, huh?
Oh, she's a bow character.
Looks to me like you put aside your differences without me.
Chaska, we came to spill blood, and that blood is yours.
With you out of the way, we won't have to watch our backs. How's that for peacemaking? Here's a little gift from the Inca and Yasha gangs.
What a mess.
Little late for regrets. Don't you think?
You misunderstand me. Dealing with you, that's the easy part.
Yeah, that's about what I expected. She did come in like...
Another fight? You're still injured.
Oh, speaking of her
Safety
sister.
first. How many times do I have to tell you?
They were hardened criminals. They can't be reasoned with. So I had to...
Oh. Okay.
I almost forgot.
Oh.
Messes don't need excuses anymore.
Oh my god. Hey, I know I said I didn't care, but like you didn't have to hit me with that. I was like, I didn't even care that her sister died. And then they were like, yeah? Fuck you. Here's her. She's grieving. And I'm like, okay, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. That actually... Okay. That did a better job of making me care about that relationship and her grief than the entire Natlan story. Like, when it happened, I was like, I don't care. This did a way better job. Why is, like, the best writing for her right here? That's sad. It's... Not to be, like, too deep about it, it is really interesting to portray... It's really hard to portray grief in stories. It's really... I feel like it's always, like, the little things that really emphasize a character's grief. Like, this, where she's like, oh yeah, I don't have to justify my... Like, I don't have to... What is her exact phrase?
I almost forgot. My messes don't
need excuses anymore. She's like, I don't have to make excuses for when I get into trouble or start fights because no one's here to scold me. Like, that's so sad, right? It's like the... Oh, you know what? We just got a trailer for Revival. It's like the, Persona 4, the character... I don't want to do too many spoilers in case someone's going to see that for the first time, but the character whose sister dies, where he's like, oh yeah, I forgot the food again. I think it's cream puffs. Where he's like, usually I put them in the fridge and then she'd eat them and I'd be upset that they were gone. They went bad because there was no one there to steal them. And I realized she was actually gone. Like, that stuff. It's so simple, but it gets me every time. I'm so weak. I'm so weak. I was literally just like, I'm so, like, unbothered. I didn't even care when her sister died. And then she was like, my missus don't need excuses anymore. I'm like, oh, fuck, you got me. I fell for it again. Anyway, can her character trailer be funny or something? Be funny or, like, action-oriented so I can be happy again? Now I just have to sit here waiting for it to load as it taunts me with the fact that it's like, hey, you didn't care about her sister's death. Feel this now, idiot. Okay. I'm sorry. Come on. I'm gonna check something actually, because I just had a thought. Where's the thing? Okay. It does have a... So I was looking at something on YouTube Studio. Why does it think I'm like all the way over there? Hey, tracking. I'm looking straight right now. Please stop making it look like I'm looking to this. Hold on. Yep, that helps a little bit. Not a lot of it, but it helps a little. I'm not looking up. What is your problem? Okay, well, that's about as good as I'm gonna get that, I think. Okay, well. Now I gotta do this again. There we go. Okay. Back to it. Please make me happy. The teaser made me sad. Make me happy again.
A peacemaker's job is to resolve conflicts. It can cost a little mora, a little wine, maybe a little dignity.
You should put a rock in your alcohol, right?
And sometimes a few bullets.
Those are arrows. Sorry. I forgot she actually does have a gun.
Whatever's going on here, how about we talk it out?
It's an open and shut case. We know these Tepetlosaurs stole the gems.
They're
Greedy
babies.
little things, huh?
Chaska, you have to
Everyone's
kill
been
these
turning
people.
on each other thanks to them.
Oh, really? Well, the stolen gems were transported with a spice shipment. And I don't smell any spices here. But your frame job? Now that I can smell a mile away.
The singular pant leg keeps distracting me. I'm like, it's so impractical. That has to be so uncomfortable. Chaska, kill them. They framed the babies.
In the sky, there's nowhere to hide.
Okay, I'm not immune to Genshin's music. It's really good. I still think the flying gun is ridiculous, but you know.
Conflict resolved.
That's one way to put it.
Sometimes you gotta do things the old-fashioned way.
Like the Wild West, I get it. It's because of her aesthetic. Admittedly, it's a good trailer. Admittedly, see, that did make me like her a little bit. It does a very good job of being like, here's what she actually does. See, I feel like that's one of Natlan's big problems, is they say what characters are a lot, but you don't see them doing it. I mean, maybe you do in, like, their character quest, but I mean, like, in the story. Except for Shalonen. And maybe Sitlali. But, like, with Chaska, they're like, she's a peacemaker, and I'm like, I never see her make any peace. I never see her make any peace. Obviously, there's other stuff going on, but it is... I don't know. It's a thing with Natlan that I had a problem with, is all I'm saying. However, see, that does a good job of, like, making me, if not like the character, at least, like... How do I put this? Endear me to them a little bit. It's like, she still isn't gonna make, like, my top 10 list, but of characters, but I can appreciate her more as a character because of that, you know? Does that make sense? Anyway. Sitlali teaser. I do worry a little bit that I'm too negative. It's like old Genshin fan reacts to the character teasers and fucking talks shit. And just spends the whole time shit talking it. It's like, not great. I'll know it's loaded when the title's correct. There we go, see? Okay, there we go.
You to a fight!
That was weird. It didn't. I thought I said it back, but I guess I didn't.
Granny eats delete. I challenge you to a fight!
Fail.
You're gonna remove the graffiti?
Doesn't matter whether you pass or fail. It all gets removed. There's only so much space on this wall.
Could you leave mine there for now? I'll come challenge you again.
You'll just have to redo it.
But I worked really hard on that design.
Oh, so cute. You're trouble
I'm removing it as soon as you pass.
Thanks, Granny
Fail. Fail. Fail.
You leave it there too long, it'll be permanent.
See my written challenge? Ooh. Oh.
You know...
It's been a while, Granny Eats Dilly.
I was gonna say I'm still not clear on if she's actually old, but I guess that confirms it.
Still at it?
No. I think my chance has long passed. But let me get rid of that for you.
Leave it. There's space. It's fine.
Aww.
Your graffiti. It's completely faded now. That's what time does. At least.
Oh.
Don't bother me again. Someone who annoyed me. One less to worry about. You annoy me too sometimes. But I hope you stick around a little longer.
That's so sad. What the fuck? You can't do this to me twice in a row. That's... Aww. I'm not immune to the character that long life that lives longer, and then the child becomes old and passes away. You can't do this to me, Genshin. I'm not immune. That's so sad. What the fuck? I signed up to shit talk Genshin, and you were like, haha, joke's on you. Be sad now. Alright, on to the demo. Sorry, the trailer. It's still, see, the fucking playlist still says demo because that's what it was back when they made the playlist. Oh, yeah, okay. And I'm being so brave. I do hate that they put the shorts in the playlist. It bothers the fuck out of me, but I'm not behind the channel, so there's nothing I can do about it. So, like, is this just, like, gonna make me sad a bunch? Is that what we're doing today? It's like, hey, Moonlight, you fucking idiot. You were too mean to Genshin. So now, suffer the consequences. Be sad. You know, my expression tracking is mostly okay. It's really bad at registering when I smile. It's like, nah, you still look kind of sad. Which, you know, fair. I do always look a little sad. There we go. It's loaded. Oh yes, the computer aesthetic for my game that doesn't have computers in it. It does have technology, but like...
But I'm coming to find you!
I'll say I felt the same way about Kenichi's trailer with the game aesthetic. Like, I'm not being biased against it, Lolly. Actually, I expected not to like her when she showed up in the story, because I'm not huge on her character tropes, but I actually really liked her.
I take it you're looking for a fight! See Lohen, eats Papa! Get him! Hooligans! I told you we shouldn't mess very easily!
Oh. I'll rewind it a bit. That was... yeah. Some lag on my end.
Thought you could take me on? You'll know for next time. Ow. My back.
Yeah, you don't really learn anything from that. I feel like all of the, like, they've transitioned to having, like, any character, like, stuff in their teasers, and the trailers are just there to show off the gameplay now. Most of the time. There's a little bit of story, but in some of them, like Chaska's had some story to it. Okay. I'm not gonna go on a whole rant about Mobika's writing and how I don't think it's good. People have said basically anything I could say about it. So, we'll just leave it there. I will just warn, I do not like Mobika. I don't like her writing. I don't like her character design. I don't like her character. So, I'm gonna try to be nice. See, when I went into Chaska's trailer, I said a bunch about how I didn't like her. In preface to the fact that I thought the teasers in the trailer would, you know, make me feel more for her, and they did. I don't think the same thing's going to happen with Mavika, mostly because of the fact that I know what we're I've heard of what we're going to see in each of these, and I know that they're not going to do it for me. Especially her trailer. I have thoughts about her trailer. We'll save it for then. I haven't watched her trailer, for the record. I just know.
Hine's the only one who doesn't know. You should tell her yourself.
A house needs a sturdy foundation to withstand the elements.
We're almost ready to eat, you two. I made your favorite stew for dinner.
Stew? Fuck yeah! You get that reference?
It's almost dinner time. Let's call it a day.
Look, Malika!
You were supposed to be listening to me.
Don't be mad, sis. It's a bookmark. To save our place. Till next time.
Cute.
Huh?
Come on, let's go eat. I have something to tell you.
Oh, yeah.
You're gonna head 500 years in the future? You're just gonna die? I'll come find you one day. I know I can't live that long. But I'll think of something a way for us to meet again one day.
I couldn't find anything about Hine. I'm sorry. I'm sure she lived a happy life, if uneventful in the end.
I mean, I'm past that point in the story, so I know they do get to talk. Well, sort of get to talk.
This book belonged to someone who helped my family a super long time ago. We kept it safe for you. There's a bunch of old designs inside. Don't know what they're for.
Thank you. This means a lot to me. Why don't I walk you home? I'd like to thank your family, too. By the way, do you like stew?
Huh? It's my favorite.
Cute. As a teaser, it does do a very good job. I think if I didn't know how this stuff impacts Mavuka in the actual story. In that note, if I didn't know how she was written in the actual game, this would probably make me feel something for her. And it does. It doesn't, like, completely... I'm not immune to the teaser. But because I know how the actual writing plays out, it just doesn't hit the same. Because I'm just like, yeah. And they will say a lot about how this impacts her, and it will not show in her character. I said I would be nice. I said I'd be nice, and I'm not being nice. Okay. I will say I've heard Blazing Heart. Like, I've heard the song. It's a really good song. However, I have thoughts about the trailer that I will try to say nicely. I know I haven't watched it, but I know what happens because everyone talked about it at the time. Also, I am subscribed to Genshin, just not with my VTuber account, for the record. So, I'll also have to take, like, a little break in a minute. Because I need to go to the bathroom. I can probably cut... I think I'll have to edit this anyway, so I'll cut that from YouTube. That's just for stream. You guys, I'll have to take a little break in a minute. Come on, you can do it, I believe. Also, my light's dying. I have to replace the battery. Okay. Hey, this song's gonna get me, like, copyright striked, huh? Okay, but it's such a good song. Oh, the bike. It makes me so upset. Not because it's a motorcycle, but aesthetically, it just doesn't fit. My light turned off. Hold on, I actually have to deal with that, because if it stays like that, it'll be a problem for the battery in the long term. I'll just replace the battery. The other one is charged. It'll also be bad for my tracking, which should be fine now that I'm back, right? It'll fix itself eventually. It usually readjusts. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay. I swear I don't move around that much. Well, you know what? Actually, I am pretty animated sometimes. Which I'm supposed to be, I suppose. Okay. I sat up straight and it fucked my tracking up. I'm sorry, I'll go back to shrimp position. No, I'll sit up straight. We'll just... Here, I'll do this. Hold on. Hold on, I'll fix it. I can fix this. Can we fix it? Yes, we can. Bob the Builder, or what the fuck ever. Okay. I don't know why it won't... Okay, well now it's worse. Hold on. It still thinks I'm looking up, and I don't know why. And I don't know why, and I cannot seem to fix it. Okay, there we go. Because I'm not. I'm actively looking down, actually. You know what? Maybe I can fix that. Hold on. I will... Give me a second. Settings. Channel to gaze offset. There we go. I can fix it. I'm a genius. Okay. There we go. Fixed. I'm great. Okay. Let's go back to Blazing Heart. We'll go back a little bit. Okay, or it'll freak out. There we go. See, this part is good. And then there's this. Here's the thing. I know what it's... I understand that it's supposed to represent, like, the none of us fight alone, nobody fights alone thing in that land. However, the Mwavuka is the main singer in a band and everyone else is playing instruments thing doesn't work for me. I think it's really silly and a not good way for showing off the game. Oh, it's lying. Okay, no, it's fine. It's ridiculous. Also, you gotta feel a little bad for Yeonsun. She's, so far, the only character from that, from the teaser that showed, like, every nation. She's the only character from that to be a 4-star, and she's the only one of the heroes to be a 4-star. Why'd they do that to her? See, this part where they're fighting is fine, and then they just... It's just the band stuff is so ridiculous. It's so stupid. Oh my god, mic turn. The mic turning into, like, kind of looking like a torch is good. It's just everything else. Why did they do that? Why did they think that was a good idea? Hashtag stand with Mwavuka. Here's the thing. Every other bit of, like, just the song itself is fine for the trailer, and it's really good song. Listen, I'm not immune to, oh my god, what's her name from Against the Current? I'm not immune to her voice. I listen to the actual band. But, listen, that's good. The fight parts, no, the traveling around, her lighting the flames, everyone else lighting the flame, like, that stuff is good. The actual fight and the others participating with her, that's good. It's just the band performance is so silly. It takes me out of the moment so much. It takes me out of the trailer so much. It ruins my experience with this trailer, and I wish it didn't. I wish I could be one of the people that's like, just have fun. But I can't. I have no fun in my heart. Okay. For YouTube, I'll have to edit this because I'm not recording because my computer will explode. For Twitch, we're going into an ad break, which is the perfect time. I am going to step away to go to the bathroom real quick, so you should do the same if you need to, or grab a snack or whatever. Cereal bottle, say all the stuff. I will be right back, and we will go back to this. We'll go to a trailer that I actually have seen and know that is not gonna make I'm not gonna have anything negative to say, probably. I don't know, I'm really good at finding stuff to be mad about. I'll be right back. Okay, the ad is over and I am back. Oh, do I have to stop this again? No, okay, it still stopped. I said we come back to a trailer I've already seen, but we actually don't have to. I have seen Wonyeon's trailer, and I have seen Mizuki's trailer. So we can probably skip those. I know I watched Kachina and Mulanese, but to be fair, I wasn't sure that I'd watched them. I am 100% sure I've watched these two. I did not watch Yonson's or Varissa's though, so we can, and I'm gonna scroll up to where we get to Varissa's. Okay, but we'll start with Varissa. If nothing else, going back to streaming is good for me because it keeps me from messing with my wounds. Not a joke. I cannot leave my wounds alone. I've already ripped the stitches out. To be fair, they were loose. They were falling out because they're dissolvable stitches. But maybe like one or maybe there was a little bit of ripping the stitches out. Listen. And now I can't leave the wound alone if I'm not doing something else. Like if I'm not eating or talking. So streaming is good for me. Also, I'm thinking about what dessert to make first now that I can chew things again. But I gotta go to the store, which means walking, and I fucking hate walking. Anyway, now that I'm done being mean about Mabuika, we can go to Yonson's. I feel so bad for Yonson. She was the representation of Natlan characters and before we got to Natlan, and she ended up being a 4-star, which is the first time that's happened to one of those characters, unless you count Lynette. technically, Linny and Lynette were both representations of Fontaine, and only one of them's a 5-star. So, you know. But also, her design and has obviously changed between then and now, which happens. It happened to Sino a little bit. But the thing with Yeon-sun is she was our representation of Natlan, and her aesthetic ended up not being in line with what they ended up doing with Natlan. Which is why everyone was like, Natlan must have been rewritten and reworked. And I can't really, like, obviously we can't prove it definitively, but it kind of seems like it. When her design is so dramatically different, or it was, like, aesthetically, and they obviously reworked it to fit the current aesthetic a little bit more, but they just, like, pushed her to the side because they were like, oh shit, she does not fit Natlan anymore. But that's all I'll say on that whole thing.
Physical fitness has always been a big part of my tribe's culture. Young people even show off their muscles to each other as a friendly gesture. So obviously, if you want to call yourself
also,
a fitness coach around here,
I hate the, like,
coach will take it from here. Quick as a flash.
the deep V, it's so weird. It's so strange. You didn't have to do that to the child. Also, it's super fucked up that she's the 4-star for, like, her tribe, essentially, and Verissa is the 5-star, when Yeon-sun was our Natlan representation. The poor...
One more set.
The poor girl. Like, that... She's a 4-star. That teaser does nothing. The trailer does nothing for her, and I hate it, because she should have been the Natlan character, and she's not. I mean, aside from the Archon, and she's just not. I'm so sorry, Yeon-sun. You were done so dirty. Anyway, Verissa, whose character design was really the... Oh, this really was a year ago. Yeah, this was when I stopped playing Genshin. Like, I fully stopped when Mavuka came out. And Verissa's character design was the thing that turned me off of Genshin for, you know, a long while. And it's because of the skirt. Mostly. Her character, I guess, is fine. There's the problem with her being, like, the first character with, like, thicker thighs, like, barely, but still. And being, like, a cow and eating, you know, that's a little fucked up. But her design is just... It's just such a huge departure from the design philosophy of Genshin up until she came out. Even with Natlan, like, her character design was like, what are we doing? I say all this now because I'm not gonna comment anymore on her character design. Or probably most of them. But it's just, why did they do that? Why? I mean, I know why, but, like, who thought that was a good idea?
Welcome. There's plenty of room inside. Oh.
Okay, but I am not immune to pink-haired characters.
It was pitch black out, super creepy. All of a sudden, a crazy storm came out of nowhere. Then came the monsters. I acted as a human shield.
Morgana?
I was. And then a bullhorn hero flew down from the sky.
Is that her? Is that Morgana's voice?
Yeah. She held him and then I helped her fight him off. You never even got up off the ground. You guys, do you think it was Vietena? No way. She lived in the olden days. Never mind that. What happened next? She definitely had superpowers. You should have seen those bullets.
Okay, but like mood.
Definitely a shapeshifter.
Sure. I mean, that is how she works in game, right? So. Oh, we're disconnecting. Hold on. No, we're fine. If we ignore the number of drop... No, actually, there's no drop frames. We're fine. Okay. No, that is how she works in-game, to be fair.
Oh, her strength was superhuman. She threw those monsters around like a tornado. Wow.
Was that Kachina's voice?
Do you think that's cool?
Okay, that's definitely Morgana. They put a lot into the animation, you know?
Seems weird that I've never heard of her before. You think I'm making this up? Wait, isn't that so far?
Wait, actually, Veresa's great. Ignoring my issues with her character design, she might actually be like the best. She's so cute. What the fuck? Okay, her pre-tournament prep. They did just kind of go, yeah. There's a whole oh my god, I can't remember what the thing's called. The wrestling thing. Great. I'm so culturally knowledgeable. Listen, I don't remember the words for things. Ever. As evident earlier. But wait, I actually think I like Veresa a lot. I still listen, I will stand by my issues with her character design, but she's really cute. and listen, I also eat a lot. Damn it, it's because she's pink. Because she's pink. I've fallen into Genshin's trap.
So sleepy. Hungry.
Oh. We're having some lag. Hold on. We'll start over again.
So sleepy. Hungry. You're gonna be late. Oh, I can still make it. I can still make it.
Mood, girl. I also am constantly thinking about food.
All contestants have arrived. On my mark.
I'm too late.
But like, is it cannibalism? Because she's like a cow, right? If she's eating burgers, that's kind of fucked up. See, as a cat, I don't have to think about that. Nobody eats cats. Ooh, why did... That must be on my end. The quality drop was dramatic, but it might be a bitrate problem.
Where is she? Sorry, I stopped for a quick bite. Wait for me!
Guys, I think I love her. I think I love Marissa. I didn't expect that, but I think I love her a lot. She's so cute. She's so cute. I also love food. I'm very picky with food because I have sensory issues, but the foods I do eat, I love food. And she's just really cute. I'm sorry, I'm not immune. She might be my favorite Natlan character, actually. No, she might be. You know what? She might be. Until now, it was Mulani. So, yeah. Also, you may be thinking, didn't you say you pulled for Kanich? Kanich. But you didn't pull for Mulani? I just don't like Mulani's gameplay. And I was at that... and I didn't like her at first, but she quickly grew to be my favorite when I was actually in the Natlan story, but I waited a while to start Natlan story, so there's that. And listen, I will pull for a character even if their gameplay sucks. I was a day one Toma puller. He was level 90. I don't think I maxed his talent, but he was level 90, and I got his talents as high as I could. I had pre-farmed all of his resources. I was that guy for Toma. And back then, it was like, Toma's not meta. He'll never be meta. He'll never be useful. And I was like, fuck you. I don't care. I love him. And then Dendro happened, and people were like, actually, he's kind of useful now. And I'm like, yeah. Same with Shinobu. I was an original Kuku Shinobu defender, and look what happened. She became meta for Hyperbloom teams, and I still use her in my Hyperbloom team. I don't know if she's probably not, like, the meta's changed because of the Natlan stuff and the Night Soul and then Lunar reactions, and I refuse to care about the meta, to be fair, but I will play characters if their gameplay isn't good, if I can still enjoy it to an extent. Like, if I enjoy the character enough, or if I just am one of the freaks who I'm like, actually, I think the gameplay is good. Like, people say Wanderer's gameplay is awkward and sucks, and I'm like, I enjoy playing Wanderer just fine. You know what character I don't like playing? Sara. Not that anyone plays Sara anymore, unless you're the one Sara main out there, and if you are, I respect you so much. Her gameplay just makes me feel so much of nothing. All of that to say, if Arissa has a rerun, let me know. Oh yeah, Eva's a 4-star. So. Hey look!
Good morning.
One of the few characters with any melanin.
But I had to get to the clinic to feed the critters or they'll start making a real racket. All set for your next trip? You know where you're going. Feeling okay? Got everything you need? Ooh, actually wait. There's just one last thing I want to check first.
No way, bro!
Here's to a safe journey.
Oh, that's weird. It did the thing. That actually happens when I'm not streaming. That's not a streaming issue. That's my computer struggling with its last legs. And I'm gonna push it as far as I can because I can't afford a new computer. Aoife's designs is one of the few that actually, like, tells you what he is. It's one of the few where you can look at him and go, yeah, you seem like you're some kind of doctor. You so you can get that he's like a Saurian doctor, right? This is his whole thing. So the one character whose design they went, yeah, you'll actually look like what you are. And it's a 4-star.
No way, bro!
Here's to a safe journey.
Hit me up, bro!
Let's go.
Oh dear! Oh dear!
Come on, buddy.
That poor little bird.
Easy now, Kakuku.
All time, bro!
Everyone's got fancy transportation.
Have to say goodbye, but nothing's ever made me regret my
And
choice.
Eva's like, I'm gonna fly on a bird that's
kids.
barely able to hold my weight.
And I'll always protect them. I'm a medic, not a warrior. I leave my guns holstered unless I absolutely need them.
I'm a healer, but...
Here, you little rascal.
God, his design is actually really good. I don't know...
If you ever need a hand with anything, don't be shy. Hit me up anytime.
Hit me up, bro!
Oh yeah, he's Animo, isn't he? Damn it. I was like, I actually really like Aoife. He's an Animo character, of course. I think the only Animo character I don't like is Sucrose. Sorry. Not to make everyone mad. Anyway, we'll just move on before anyone can consider it too much. Escoffier. I keep expecting to see characters that I have never seen before. I know we'll get there eventually, but I have seen Escoffier. I know that there's characters I haven't seen before because I've played Genshin and been like, I don't fucking know who these people are. But we haven't reached that point yet. I think that'll really happen in Nod Cry when we get there. Now we wait for it to load. It never takes this long for stuff to load when I'm not streaming. But I back in the day we had shit internet, and I remember that. I'm familiar.
Oh.
I'm sorry, did you just say TV? I was distracted by the fact that the captions weren't playing at the right time because it had not fully loaded, but then I saw TV and I'm like, I'm sorry, what? We have television? We have television now? I know we have radio, but television? Speaking of characters whose designs don't show you anything about them. No, I'm kidding. Her design does show you that she's a chef, but mostly it shows you that the Genshin character designers are misogynist. The fact that that's not actually a tail makes me so sad.
まることそう使い切ってしまってそれしかなかったの。まあまるっきりダメってわけじゃないわ。水分が多いから他のお花や果実の香りが薄れちゃうのよ。かといって乾かすと食感が台無しになる。だから遠心機で旨味を抽出して生成すれば。新鮮でまるで雨上がりの虹のよう。
I'm already hungry enough. Please stop showing me food. I know she's a chef, so like that's all I'm gonna see, but still I'm like, oh, I'm hungry. Oh, I guess I knew they had. Well, no, they have like movies. It's not really the same as TV. That's just how she is. Oh my god. So she's like, you know, like those TikToks are like, here's a simple recipe for when you're having a low energy day, and it's like 50 steps, and it starts with like chop an onion. I'm like, okay, hold on. You've already lost me. When I'm on a low energy day, I'm like, I can't make myself cereal. You think I got energy to be chopping onions? I also hate onion, but that's not the point. That's a personal thing. But like, for anyone, it's like, you think I got the energy to be chopping onions? Girl. A simple recipe with 43 steps. I'm like, that's too many steps. That's too many steps. Who's got time for all that? To be fair, she's like teaching other cooks, so like, for them, that should be simple. For me, that's like, chill out. I'm a decent cook and a pretty good baker, and I'm still like, that's too much. That's too much. And I got a stand mixer, girl. They don't have stand mixers back then. Actually, they might. I don't know. Genshin's technological
when you create a new dish,
advancements is really unclear to me where they are. It's like, I didn't think we were as advanced as we were, and then we got to Sumeru and Fontaine. I'm like, oh, okay. And then Natlan was like, here's like futuristic tech. I'm like, what? When did we get to that? When did we get there? My voice is cracking. Okay. I'm losing my voice already. It's not been that long. I was gonna watch the Star Rail and ZZZ trailers after this, and then play a game. Guys, I don't know if I'm gonna survive.
To work in harmony, like cogs in a machine. Oh, here's a better analogy. It's like composing a symphony from musical notes.
Yeah.
Sweet and sour with a refreshing aftertaste. But then...
They say, what is it? Cooking's an art, baking's a science. But I feel like they're both arts. They're just... Baking just requires a little more chemistry. Actually, that's not even true. Cooking requires a lot of chemistry. Cooking can be easy. But it's real easy to mess stuff up when you're cooking, too. I feel like baking, honestly, isn't that bad. God, I'm not immune to Genshin's music. It's so good. And I love Sumero and Fontaine's music a lot. I say that like I do. No, I really like Liyue too, and Mondstadt obviously. And obviously I was loving the Natlan music. I guess I'm just not immune to Genshin's music. What is Hoyoverse is actually a music company that makes games. It's the joke. Slimes. They're so cute. Karina! I love you! Sorry. Farina's like top 3 characters for me, so don't get excited whenever I see her.
How about a gastronomic symphony?
Okay, that makes sense. It's cute. I didn't have much to say about Escoffier herself, though. In either trailer. So, sometimes there's just gonna be characters like that. Dahlia! I reinstalled Genshin for you, and then I didn't get you, and I uninstalled Genshin! I was fully like, I want Dahlia. I was following the Daily Dahlia account on Twitter. You know the one. And everyone was like, he's real! They're gonna be so excited! And I was like, on principle, I'm like, I gotta pull for him. And then I got Skirk instead. And then I lost my 50-50 on Durin. I pulled for Durin, didn't get him, ran out of pulls. And then when I started playing Genshin again, he's got a banner right now. And listen. I did the thing where I was pulling for 4 stars, and then I accidentally got a 5-star. I know you're not supposed to do that, but I did it anyway. But I lost my 50-50, which means I have a guaranteed for Lohen. I'm waiting for this to load. I've got to find something to talk about. Dahlia!
Thank you for your offering, dear friend. A meal like this is best paired with a glass of dandelion wine.
Oh, the subtitles are off, which means it's like my whole... The site is lagging. But also I get to see Venti. Let's go!
Thank you for your offering, dear friend. A meal like this is best paired with a glass of dandelion wine.
Cheers!
Guys, I think you have bigger problems than Dahlia if you're, like, attacking Dawn Winery.
Let's stir things up.
You're lucky Dahlia's the one who found you, to be honest.
The wind is blowing. Let us pray.
I forget about this line every time until I hear it.
Westwind, carry me. Lord Barbados is communing with me on the evening wind. He sends you a solemn message. It's getting late. You should hit the hay.
I do love that he's just like casually friends with Venti, because Venti's just like, I'm just a guy hanging out And then until he needs to do something, it's like, I guess I gotta be responsible. I guess I gotta do my job as a god, which is a big mood, Venti. Me too. I love Dahlia. Okay, Skirk is a character who, when we first saw her in Fontaine's story, I was like, oh, I don't like your design, which sucks because you've been kind of built up as, you know, a character for a while. I know people like her, and I haven't really heard anything bad about Skirk as a character, only about her design. So, I'm hoping these teasers will endear me to her a little bit, especially because I accidentally pulled her. Because I wanted Dahlia, and I didn't get him. I still don't have him. Give me the boy. But from what we've heard about Skirk, I like her. And I know some things. I just don't know much. We're getting into the trailers where I actually, don't know much about the characters. With a few exceptions. Oh, cool. My neighbor's doing yard work. Perfect. What a great time for them to be doing that. I think... No, you can hear it. I was like, I think my settings are low enough that you shouldn't be able to hear it. No, you absolutely can. I can turn my microphone down and just move it closer to me. Yeah, it seems to not be being picked up now. So I'll just move my microphone closer so I don't have to talk louder. Okay, well, I will still try to talk a little bit louder, but let's go. It's actually badly placed. I just realized. Okay.
スカークの行方か。
Okay. Hi, child. Child Genshin Impact jump scare.
スカークの行方か。手がかりはあるのかな。
それが師匠は謎めいた人で。
どんな人物かがわからないことにはな。
そうだな。そういえば。俺が卒業した日、3つの質問をしていいと言われた。まずはずっと不思議だったんだけど、なんで俺を弟子にしてくれたの？
お前があれを呼び覚ましたからだ。私が教えた武芸が将来役に立つだろう。もちろん生きて帰るにはもっと強くならなければならないが。
すでにいろいろ習っただろ？どうやってもっと強くなればいいんだよ。
まだ基礎だけだ。弓の扱いもまだ荒い。
Sorry.
形ある武器を完全に極めれば次のステージに行けるだろう。支柱の刃と化し、神羅万象を自在に操るのだ。
If I say that one shot reminds me of Black Swan. Did you see the vision?
さらなる力を追い求められる。
わかった。じゃあ最後の質問だ。師匠はなんでいつもそんな顔してるの？強くなるって楽しいことじゃないの？師匠？
それで師匠は何と？
深淵を離れるとき、師匠が最後にこう言ったのが聞こえた。いつか滅びゆく星々を越えていけば、お前にも私の見ている世界は見えるようになるだろう。
I know, because I've heard people talk about it, that her limbs, she lost them, and they're like, she's like, made them out of something. The words escape me. But like seeing the transition to her young and looking at, oh, okay, but I do want to check something because I thought about it. Does the baby? He still doesn't have any light in his eyes. There's no light in this boy's eyes. Sorry, I had to check. Even as a baby, there's no light in that kid's eyes. Is there light in Skirk's eyes? Not really. There, once you fall into the abyss, it's over for you. I do think this is an interesting way to do the teaser, to be, you know, a flashback from Child's perspective on her. It does really endear you to her, doesn't it? Also, she's just really cool. I like Skirk, I think, from what little I do know of her. I like the melancholy vibe of her teaser, at the very least. I always like when you learn about a character from hearing other people talk about them, and then also see how they are in comparison to, like, you can understand how people started to think of them the way they do and what led them to that, but also see the other aspects of that character later and you learn more about them. I just like characters. It's really how that goes. I like when characters have stories. I like when character stuff makes sense. Okay. Give it a second. It'll be fine. Okay, there we go.
This view of the stars, it seems timeless. As if it could last forever.
Hold on.
But all it takes is an instant for
Okay,
everything to come crashing
I guess the
down.
captions are just going to be off by a little bit.
The only choice is to forge ahead.
You can see it more with her legs, but with her arms, it's a little less obvious. They're like crystalline. Well, you can't just hit me with a banger out of nowhere.
You survive.
Oh my god, did I watch her trailer? I recognize the song at least.
You evolve.
I forgot that she like changes color palette. I think the black looks better, honestly, if we're being completely genuine with each other. The contrast is better for the aesthetic, I think. God, she's cool though, isn't she? She does kind of look like she could be a Star Rail character, but
in the cold expanse of space,
considering
civilizations crumble
her
and fade into eternal night. But when darkness falls,
her like otherworldliness kind of suits her. Oof. Okay, girl. Good to know. Oh. dramatic there. Okay, Ineffa's where I really just like don't know what's going on. I know she's a robot. That's about it. Where's her teaser? Oh. There it is. That really is about where my knowledge on Ineffa ends. I don't know anything about her. We're finally at the point in which, for the most part, aside from when we get to like Varka, because Mondstadt, I'm like, I don't know who these people are. I watched the Nod Cry like teaser where, you know, like what they did with Fontaine and stuff, where it shows off like a little bit of the characters that you're gonna see in the new region. So like I've seen some of these characters, but in actual, you know, knowing about them, I know a little bit about Flynn's, mostly because people really fucking liked Flynn's. People were so excited, but that happens a lot because the ratio of male to female characters is very much skewed female. Whenever there's a male character that's like treated well, like, you know, a 5-star, people are like, oh, holy shit.
She's still not responding. But why?
It's kind of funny that
Oh,
I know, right? That's
she
her.
needs more prompts.
Is a 4-star, and her creation is the 5-star. Although I guess that makes sense.
Can you hear me? From now on, your name's Ineffa. Right. And also, my name's Aino. Why won't you wake up? Oh, I'm gonna lose it. That idiot! My inventions aren't useless. I'm never making him anything again. You're a dumb stray kid with no family. No wonder why your work is trash. I have a family. It's right here. My robots, my screws, and you.
Huh? The transition to like more full animation in the teasers instead of live 2D stuff.
Cold.
I get it.
You're kind of cold too.
Because the teaser stuff was probably mostly budget stuff, but I miss the aesthetic of the teasers as a live 2D stuff. Oh.
Good morning, Aino. I am Ineffa. From now on, this is my home.
Cute. Oh, cute. Wait. That's really sweet. Wait, you got me. Genshin. Genshin, you got me again. I've fallen for it. That's so cute. So I know being like, I have a family, and it's the stuff I made, and then Ineffa wakes up to take care of her. That's so cute. What the fuck? Genshin, you did it again. You made me care. You made me care. I only came back because I loved unhinged characters, and then you made me actually care. What the fuck? Is Nevin's character trailer like really short? I guess so. I mean, it's not really short, but it's like 4-star character length. But I bet she didn't get the lighter treatment, if you know what I'm talking about, you know. Essentials for home and travel. I do like that they really leaned into her being robotic, so she has the very stilted dialogue. It's like, essentials for home and travel kind of thing.
Already purchased. Milk. Some jam. Reviewing. Outstanding tasks.
Enough! I need more crumb cupcakes.
Today's sugar intake is...
Just one more! Last one!
Last one.
Is it ready? Where'd it go? Ah! Get it away from me!
Threat detected. Preparing to engage. Place of origin, Sumeru. Searching combat data. Compiling. Annihilation mode activated.
She kind of just became Aino's mom, or at least big sister, huh? It's like, oh, time to kill.
There it is. Here, grab this. You gotta take a message to Netland.
Huh? Message for who?
Apparently some white flying thing. And a blonde-haired, traveler?
Oh. I guess that's how we're gonna get to Nocry, huh? Like how we're gonna get introduced to it is the letter, I would assume. That would make sense. Limu. I keep wanting to say Limu, like the VTuber. Character teaser. Llama. Lauma? I don't actually know how her name is said, so hopefully someone in either her teaser or her trailer will say her name. I like Inefa. I think. She I was a little worried about the her being a robot thing, but they seem to have done probably what I think is the best option for that, of leaning in to her being a robot while also, you know, emotionally connecting you to her through her connection to Aino. It's good. Makes sense. Lauma.
Come night or day, may the moon goddess keep you.
Why is the moon always...
Is there truly a goddess on the moon?
Yeah, her name's Nyx.
It's possible. Everyone says there is.
That's a Persona 3 reference
May the moon goddess keep you.
that I made.
I have been to many places, but I have yet to witness a miracle. There are those who have suffered, those who continue to suffer. Is there any way to make it end? Come night or day, may the moon goddess keep you.
Grandma, it's dark.
Fear not, my child.
I like that it's not even like keep you safe or
The
whatever.
moon goddess will keep
It's
us
just
safe.
keep you.
Right. With the moon chanter by our side. We always have a light to guide us.
Okay, that is that. I don't know what to say about that. It's giving me the same vibe of Kokomi's trailer, like her demo. Or like the implied story behind Kokomi that they never really leaned into. If you know what I'm saying. Although I find it more intriguing with Llama. Not Llama. I don't think her name is Llama. You know, considering she's a deer, that wouldn't make much sense. Llama? I need them to... Somebody say her name, please. I don't want to be this guy. Oh yeah, doesn't she have a passive that means like the animals don't run away from her or something? Sort of like Sayu? I feel like I remember that, but I might be wrong.
Why do they intrude on these lands?
The relic!
This is our chance.
I shall remain here, together with the forest, and one with the moonlight.
I have a bad feeling nobody's gonna say her name.
It's an ambush. These creatures. We're surrounded.
Insolent intruders. Your souls burn in the flames of your own ambition. The moonlight shall send you from this place and restore the rightful peace of night.
A lot of like water aesthetics for someone I'm pretty sure is a Dendro character. But it makes sense because the moon and water are pretty heavily associated.
Thank you all. That was very brave. The moon will remember your courage.
Nobody said her name. I still don't know how her name is said. Jokes about that. Okay, it's only half a joke. Aside. God, she's beautiful. I think it does. Her trailer and teaser do a very fuck. They do a very good job of endearing me to her, I think. So they did their job. Gameplay wise, I still know that I wouldn't be the biggest fan of her gameplay. I think I've done a trial for her at some point. But after seeing this, and hopefully in the story, I'd come to like her enough to be like, I don't care if her gameplay's bad, I'll still roll for her. A thing that I've done many a time. I'd love to be able to use the playlist as like an accurate count of how many characters are left, but unfortunately, it's not because there's a bunch of shorts in there. So, you know, that's good. I think we're not going to get to Star Rail and ZZZ today. I think I'll just finish the Genshin trailers and then do Project Cat like I originally intended. If we even get that far. I didn't think this would take this long, and about half of it is because of the loading times, to be fair. I can't even fix it by like turning my quality down, because that's not the problem. It's purely loading the page itself. I guess I could downgrade it by switching to my PNG, but then reactions with no reactions is a bit counterintuitive.
Number 2 screws. Where the heck did I put my number 2 screws?
She's so cute.
Oh, the rain stopped. Let's go on a trip. Why isn't it working? Cheater! Upgrade complete. I know operational stability increase. Ooh, is this what robots feel like when they get an upgrade? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Chew on this.
Claymore?
Ready? Lash attack! Wing done water bomb! Alright! Upgrade complete! Time to treat myself to a tasty snack.
Oh, she's so cute. How adorable. It's really going to be a big contrast, I assume, to Flynn's. It's going to be like in Star Rail when they released a tribute. I keep wanting to like full name her like it's Tribius. When they released Tribi, and then immediately after release My Day, and it's like the fucking contrast. Also, if you're a Star Rail fan and you hear me say My Day and you want to go, it's Mighty. I played most of Amphorius in Korean, and they said My Day.
It was nearing season's end when I ventured to Nodcry. There was something I wanted there.
Cool. We haven't even fully loaded the page yet, so shut up. But yes, so it's giving that where they're like, here's a cute character. Isn't she adorable? And here's a cute teaser. And then immediately they went death and destruction. I don't think Flynn's is going to be as a dramatic shift as that, but guys, there's probably going to be a little bit of that.
Something one of a kind. 95,000 Mora.
100,000.
Huh? 105,000.
110,000.
118,000. Please, sir. I've been searching for this coin for ages, and this is my last night in Nodcry. Could you not just let me have it?
It's his.
Now that's how gentlemen handle business. I've seen these kinds of arguments end in bloodshed before.
Let me buy you a drink.
Oh?
Why does he keep doing that?
If I may, you seem a little unsettled.
It's this place. Everyone I meet seems poised to outsmart me. Including you.
Hence why I'm drinking for free.
I suppose. In truth, with the Wild Hunt and everything else, you never know what could be lurking in the night.
You need an escort.
But I'm leaving tonight.
Allow me.
No, I couldn't.
Why not? I know the way.
And in return, you want the coin.
That is yours to keep. Surely you wouldn't take a ratnik like myself for a common thief.
You're a ratnik? That's great. As he escorted me to the border, asking nothing in return. The sky grew dark, the air cold, a bone-deep chill nipping at our heels. I heard there are man-eating monsters out there, and moonlight that lures people astray.
Ah, that frightens you.
I think something's been following me ever since I got the coin.
Perhaps monsters like treasure.
It's getting cold.
Blue flame isn't known for its warmth.
Is it true there are fire wraiths too? Hope my hair doesn't get singed.
Well, all the more reason not to linger. Oh, and by the way...
Oh, it's doing the thing again.
Best not to look down.
Shivering away, all I could do was set one foot in front of the other. Until, finally, the caravan was in sight. This is far enough. Thank you.
It's safe from here. Now go.
It was a farewell and a dismissal all at once.
Safe travels.
God, he's hot. I'm so gay. What? Who said that?
From view. Until, out of nowhere, I saw the glint of eyes. I held its gaze, but could not tell if it was a human staring back.
Well, no, but also there's plenty of non-humans in Genshin. Chill out. God, he's so hot though. What? Who said that? Who said that? I can't even cover it up because there's nothing to, like, take the blame. Listen, I said what I said. What Genshin designers fail to realize is sometimes if you have a character that's, like, covered head to toe, they can be really hot. All I'm saying is, give me another character, like, I mean, even Arlecchino doesn't get it as, but has some other, like, with her boss design and all that, but Oh my god, just give me a character that's like fully covered and I'll go bark bark woof woof, even though I'm a cat. Can this character can this page load faster so I can stop being a loser? Okay. God, I'm normal.
Over here! Come on, faster!
We're close. Hurry. The souls that wander these frozen wilds shall at last be set free by the light of the blue flame. Cowards. You court death. To ashes.
I love this aesthetic too. Oh my god. Holy shit. I know this isn't the first time I've used 2D in a demo, but just like with Skirt, they went all out on that. I didn't expect it because usually, you know, male characters.
Those warriors called me here for a singular purpose. To eradicate the wild hunt.
Although I guess Genshin gives a little more to their male characters than, say, Zenless does. Most of the time. Oh! Spooky.
Corrupted soul. You linger in vain.
As a horror media enjoyer, and like Victorian Gothic horror, stuff like that. Oh my god. Genshin, I didn't know you made a character just for me.
This fog! I thought I made it out! Come on, faster! Too close. I almost fell. Did somebody help me?
I know her. She's another character. Yehoda? Or is it Jehoda? I don't know which way they actually say it. Many such cases. Nefer is a 5-star. So, she will have a teaser. There it is. Don't load the comments, YouTube. I don't need them. I don't need nor want them. I'm just in theater mode. See, if they didn't have every little short on YouTube posted, I could just use the buttons and I wouldn't have to scroll for anything, but no. But no. I have to put every little thing in there. It's fine. Because oh god, Flynn's aesthetic is so, like, designed specifically to appeal to me. So, god, it just works for me. I'm really gay. What? Anyway. Nefer. Oh, it's perfect. Just give it like an extra second. Shut up. You probably didn't hear that. My stomach's making sounds because it's like, I need food. I'm like, you're fine. It's only been 3 hours since I've eaten.
The pay's a bit low, but if we leave them to it, the guild will be in trouble.
Oh, ma'am? Hello? Ma'am?
All right. Leave it with me. I'll take it. The world is a giant web, and people are the threads that connect it together. And so, the person who knows the pattern has the entire world in their
I do feel a lot with non-cry characters where I'm like, they look like you can look at them and be like, if you weren't from Nodcry, you'd be from other nation. like her, I'm like, you would be from Sumeru.
With the right intel and the right planning, plus little force when necessary, the prey waltzes right into the trap.
You and Yolan have a lot in common, actually.
The fun part's over. That's checkmate.
Oh. What? No, I'm normal.
Who goes there?
Doing dangerous business right under someone else's nose. Bad decision.
Spare us! Have mercy!
Good evening. The Curatorium of Secrets sends its regards.
Oh. Okay. It's like she would, like, kill me, huh? I mean, I wouldn't do anything to get on her bad side, but, like, she could. And I thank her, probably. What? Who said that? 2 characters in a row, huh? Guys, please. Genshin, you can't do this to me. My reputation is gonna be ruined. I say it like I have a reputation. I wish I could preload the videos, but I guess I could, like, open every video in a new tab and overrun my computer. But no, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's a great idea.
You're not here on business? You just wanna get to know me? That'll cost a story of your own.
Oh!
Interesting. Next. Too obvious. Next. Fraudsters, scammers, liars, same old tricks. Now, you get a story in return.
This is a really interesting character demo trailer. She really does have the same thing Yolan has going on, where everyone's like, oh, she's Yolan or Jane from Zenless Zone Zero, where you're like, oh, scary. Do that to me. Me next?
This is your punishment.
Yes, ma'am. Holy shit. I saw like no one talking about.
Did you hurt yourself?
Oh.
What should we do now? Is that all?
I saw like barely anyone talking about her character demo when it came out, but holy shit. It just keeps going.
For lying to me. Go ahead, cry. Make me believe it.
Okay. I used to be able to cry on command. I guess I can try again.
Come again sometime. I'll tell you another.
Enticing offer. Right, guys?
Man. Yeah, yes, whatever you want. Holy shit. Let's see how that. A 4-star. Probably. Yeah. Okay. I used to, up until Layla, I got every 4-star. And then I didn't get Layla, and then eventually I got her, and I was like, fine, I redid it. I got all the 4-stars again, and now I definitely don't. Because I stopped playing. I gotta catch up. I'm missing a bunch of them. Because they will not give me Dahlia. And then I have I know. And I don't have Yehuda here. I keep saying Yehuda. I assume that's how her name is said. It could be Jehuda. Jehuda? I don't know. I just kind of assumed it was the Yah sound. I'm really winging it with the pronunciations because I usually don't know what the origin for the names are. I'm really bad at that. It starts buffering, you know it's almost ready. When it stops buffering, it should be ready.
At the curatorium, Neff handles the big stuff. I take the small stuff, and Astru's on door duty. You ever run into anyone calling themselves a treasure hunter?
Yeah.
Don't let the fancy title fool you. Give them enough money and they'll do pretty much anything for you. As long as the pay's right, I can help you with anything. Most things. I can help you with most things.
Fair. Always have limits.
Got work for me.
They're not. She's a bow? Sorry, I'm really startled.
Well, that's my motto these days.
I don't know what I thought she'd be. I just didn't think it'd be bow. Maybe Catalyst? How cute. Cute.
That late already. Oh, pack it up. Work time's over. It's Asher time.
Mood. Girl, you're so real for that. I wish somebody would say your name so I'd know how it's said, but that's... You're so real for that. I, too, am like... If you put a cat in front of me, I'd be like, yes, it's time for the cat. Everyone shut up. I don't care about anything else. It's cat time. Oh my god, that's gonna make me sad. I can feel it. One of these will load. And I'll pause it. We good? Okay. It's okay. Everything's fine. Everything's all okay. Next time I should just download all the videos. You know what? I will put off the Star Rail and CCC trailers today. I think I'll just download all of them. Somehow. Somehow. Not. I very legally. Or see if I can load them up. I mean, they've got their... No, they usually just post the links on Twitter. Wonder if they post them directly on HoloLab? HoloLab? Whatever. Durin! Durin, who I pulled for and didn't get, and then when I was and then I lost my 50-50 on his most recent banner, but in that case it's good because I'm technically supposed to be saving for Lohen. Choose the whole reason I reinstalled Genshin. I love crazy people, what can I say? In fiction. But Durin is he is sun boy. He's a baby.
Mom, this is my first letter to you since I started learning how to write.
He's so cute. Sorry. So I'm gonna roll it back a little because it's still struggling. Let me actually do this because it might help. There we go. Let's stop trying to like do this.
Mom, this is my.
Are you ready to Rhine daughter? Because
listen,
I'm gonna be so honest. I don't think she cares.
There's so much I want to tell you.
Unless you're writing it.
Ever since I got here, I've been doing my best to learn how to live like a human.
Gonna treat Alice as a mom? Oh,
thanks to a certain cavalry captain, I met a little red knight who's been teaching me how humans hunt.
Oh, you're too cute. Don't. Okay, but Clee doesn't know how humans hunt. Don't.
After using her technique, you have to do at least one day of self-reflection.
Don't learn from Clee.
For next time. Here, even just finding a spot to take a nap can be quite a challenge. That black cat wasn't happy I trespassed on his territory.
Oh,
and his minions let me know it.
Sweetheart.
Being human comes with another challenge. Something called socializing.
Real. That is a big struggle.
Indispensable part of it.
No. No. Don't teach the child to drink.
Alcohol is even more dangerous than the potions in your stories. That's one challenge I'm not ready to face yet.
I guess for him, Mom wouldn't be Rhine daughter. It'd be
all in
which
all,
one
though,
wrote the story?
I feel so lucky to be here. I've made tons of new friends, and there are so many places left to explore.
He's so big.
I'll have even more to write about. If only... If only this letter could truly reach you.
Yeah. Oh, sweetheart.
All done with your homework? A letter to your mom, huh? How thoughtful. Ready to send it out?
But my mom is...
In Mondstadt, we believe our loved ones are never lost to us. They're still out there, just beyond the stars. All you have to do is make a heartfelt wish, and your letter can make it.
But...
Shh. It only works if you believe.
Maybe a wish is its own kind of magic.
He's so cute. Oh, my heart. Oh, my heart. He's so baby. He's such a baby. I would kill for him in game. Oh my god. He's so cute. I love him. Holy shit.
It's hard not to envy the characters in a fairy tale. Always turning fate on its head and getting there happily ever after. These are tales where even lost souls can find their way back to the light. Where pain and misfortune can be cured with a simple wish. And all the twists and turns become nothing more than a footnote in an otherwise perfect ending.
how they use this set from Simulon? Simulacra. Fuck, you know, the event that he came from. Another case of temporary events in Genshin holding huge lore, but you know, whatever.
But you, my child, born under a pen, why should your fate not transcend these pages? So, you seek to offer him a different outcome? As long as I still have enough time. Don't worry. We'll all help.
Daring indeed. But then again, the most worthwhile experiments always are.
Hey, I played this quest. I was lucky enough that when I played it, it was fully voiced and everything.
It's done.
Yay!
Cute.
We just gotta finish it before Master Jean sees.
I love Duran. He's so cute. I do feel bad for people who were hoping that like they'd get playable like evil Duran, but Genshin will never give us a properly evil playable character. It's just not gonna happen. But he's so cute. He's so cute. I love Duran. Really would protect him with my life. 6 months ago, that means we have probably like 6 more characters demos to go. Actually, probably like 8. Trying to think about it. And you can do it, I believe in you. I know Columbina's a 5-star. She's also really important, so. Columbina. Teaser. Where she dwells. I haven't been reading most of the titles. Usually they're like self-explanatory though. Like they're explained by the video itself. I don't really need to read them. I thought loading both at the same time would be more efficient, but I'm starting to think it's actually worse. I should go back to what I was doing. Or if I'm gonna do it, I should load the teaser first. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. Okay, I don't believe. What's up? What? You know, whatever. It's fine. Columbina to where she flies. I am a little sad that, like, with Columbina, all of the, like, character dialogue about her before we met her was, like, she's kind of scary. And then I know that her, like, actual character writing is not that at all. And people will be like, oh, are you mad your headcanon about a character didn't come true? And it's like, that's not the problem. Or that, oh, yeah, well, the other characters were unreliable. And it's like, yeah, okay. But that's still all we've known about this character for ages. You have to understand why people are disappointed. You can understand what the fuck? It loaded? I clicked on Columbina. We all saw it. Why did it do that? We all saw it. You all saw it. I'm not crazy. You are. I have video evidence. And now we wait again. Like a full hour of these 3 hours I've been streaming has just been waiting for videos to load. I didn't think it'd be this bad because I like literally closed everything else. We could watch a trailer first. Okay, character teaser. Where she dwells. Once the buffering image goes away, I'll consider. There we go.
It's exactly how I imagined. This feels just like where I was born. I've always known that this was my true home.
I know that her mask in the story ends up removed, but I still don't know
so
what's up with it.
I don't need to hide anymore.
Also, I'll do the redeem in between videos.
All the time I need to think about my origins and where I belong.
Oh, the Steelies.
With the Kuhanki here, I don't really feel lonely.
Sorry, they're not
Sometimes
I guess.
I miss you all. Moon Prayer Night is here again. It's a shame I can't be there. But I'll send my best wishes with a ray of moonlight.
Is she one of the moon goddesses?
So many fond memories of last year. That was the night when I came to... No, it didn't work.
Don't do this to me.
Even true moonlight cannot pierce the false sky. This is not the moon.
Is that the Tory's bitch ass?
And yet,
Oh, there's Flynn.
I still exist.
Oh, that guy. I don't remember who that is. I haven't gotten that far in the story yet. I've just seen some stuff. Oh yes, even the character who's barefoot has to have high heels somehow. Sorry, that'll be nice. Oh. Is it weird to say I like how the Genshin artists draw hands? I both feel like I learned something and feel like I learned nothing. Anyway, I will probably cut this out for YouTube, but... Hi, Briny! Okay, meow, redeem. Well, that one was kind of weak, actually. Well, there we go. I just kind of sound like a real cat, huh? I hope you're well. I'm most of the way through these demos, and then I'm gonna not do the other game's demos, and might not even make it to Project Cat, considering how fucking hungry I am. I'll change my schedule, it's no big deal. Let's go! I didn't think it'd take this long, but most of the time has been spent having the videos load, because my computer's like, how could you do this to me? Ugh. Go eat it. I will, I promise. To be fair, it's only been like 3... How long have I been streaming, actually? Because I don't want to lie to you. It's only been like 3.5 hours since I ate. Okay, well, I technically ate at like 9:30, so whatever. It hasn't been that long since I ate. My body is just constant. I'm just constantly hungry. I don't think I ever spent a moment of my life where I'm not like, I could eat something. But I will eat. I also want to go to the store and buy some ingredients so I can make a dessert that I can finally eat now that I'm mostly healed. I'm still a little not healed, but I'm mostly healed. I will! Listen, anything I make has to be, like, cooked. So it's gonna take me a while either way. I'm not, like, starving. I'm not, like, you know... If I was that bad, I would just be like, I gotta end it. I'll go eat something. But there's nothing I can do while I'm streaming. So it's fine. I promise I'll eat something as soon as I end stream. I'll send you pictures to prove it. Okay, Columbina, character trailer. To where she flies. Wait. To where she dwells, to where she flies. Oh, that's cute. I'm sure it'll be, like, sad somehow because Genshin loves to just randomly be like, haha, cry, idiot. Uh-oh. That's on my end. Don't. That's not a stream issue. If you're like, it's not working. You better. I gotta go, unfortunately, but have fun. Thank you. I will. Have a good rest of your evening, because it's evening your time. Go rest and all of that. Thank you for stopping in. Love you. Platonically. This reminds me of another song, but I can't think of what it is. Oh, are we gonna get no dialogue? Oh. It's gorgeous visual storytelling. Oh. Hey, it was more gorgeous when it was actually moving. Hold on. Oh. Gorgeous visual storytelling. I'm sad. Oh. Guys, I'm sad. No. Gorgeous trailer. I'm so upset. I'm so upset. Why would you do that to me? That's beautiful, though. God, again, gorgeous trailer. Stunning. I'm so upset, though. Why would you do that? Is it Zebai or Dubai? Zebai? Or Zebai? It depends if it's gonna have a J or a Z sound. By the origin of the name, and I don't know. This is one of the characters. It's probably actually Zebai. But it's one of the characters that I see in Genshin of all places, and I'm like, I don't fucking know who you are, so I hope it's not you, because I will have no idea. And that's when I just start guessing. You got me guessing so bad I got an accent all of a sudden. It happens. I don't know why. I'm not Southern. Most Southern way you could have said that, though. I'm not Southern. My parents are. From different places, but they don't really have accents, so I don't know why I'm constantly just out here like suddenly having a Southern accent, and I'm like, where'd you come from? Even grandma's accent wasn't that strong, so I don't know where it came. I can't stop. I'm not trying to do it. I swear. I don't know why I'm like this. Let me just make sure I'm not missing a character demo. Because there could be like a 4-star. Yep, there is a 4-star. Iluka. Him I've seen. See, they came out at the same time. I've not seen Zubai at all. I've seen Iluka. Like a lot. I remember seeing his drip marketing like character art and going, who is this? That's a Genshin character? And then going, oh no, that is like the character design style that like appeals to me. And then I had the self-control to not reinstall Genshin, so I'm like super powerful. And then I saw Lohen and immediately did it, so maybe not that powerful.
Whenever the wild hunt comes forth, the wails of the dead follow.
Is that your voice? It's deeper than I thought.
Every time I hear those cries,
I'm trying. I pushed the pause button immediately, and it just did not. I paused before it started playing anything, and it was still like, no, fuck you. We're still on Columbina's title. We should not be playing the character demo yet. Trailer. Fuck. Well, it at least says Iluka now. Shimmering plumes of the dawn Aureole. That's gonna be like an English word, and I didn't say it right. Many such cases, to be fair. Okay. Can we
come back on that battlefield?
Hey! I pushed 0. You're supposed to go to 0. Back to the start. Okay.
Whenever the wild hunt comes forth, the wails of the dead follow in its wake. And every time I hear those cries, I feel like I'm back on that battlefield.
Oh, you have pretty eyes. Sorry. That was like the only thing I could... He's a Polar? I think I knew that, actually.
Go get him,
Aiden! Come on. Don't do this to me.
Go get him, Aiden!
I did know he was Geo. I saw people talking about how...
is an Elysium built by human hands. A dream kept alive over the centuries
Sorry.
by the blood and sacrifice
he's a
of
geo
countless
support,
generations of Lightkeepers.
or like he
Being
has
squad
some
leader
like.
essentially means I'm responsible for keeping my comrades alive. Some days,
Fair.
I still wonder if I'm really cut out for it. Light compels you.
He's a support for geo crystallized, right? Or not geo, what? Lunar like crystallized reactions, but he can't trigger them himself or something like that. Like, I like Hiluga's character design. I'm not immune to pretty boys. Clearly. Speaking of. Okay. And here's Jibai. Okay. It's definitely Jibai. See, I've seen Aluga. I've not seen anyone talk about Jibai at all. Is he just like... Is he... Or are they just not, like, popular, or... I don't know why I said he by default. Like, Genshin mostly puts out female characters. Usually I say they.
Are you an Adeptus?
Dwelling among these peaks, what else could I be?
Evil.
At last, thanks to you, these fish can have a taste of the mortal world.
My mom's sick. Those herbs. I was gonna sell them.
Then, to make it up to you, perhaps a story. It might fetch a pretty price.
A story?
Long
Yeah, you know what? A story will cure their mom.
Bathed in their light was an ancient nation called Langan. Langan was home to a divine envoy who bestowed nature's bounty upon the land, and in return, the nation worshipped her.
Yeah, I have not seen her at all.
In a twist of fate, the moons shattered, and Langan fell to ruin. Unable to bear it, the envoy sheltered what people she could, guiding them east, toward a new place to call home. Yet in doing so, she defied heaven's will, and was cast into a celestial prison as punishment.
What kind of place is that?
People claim one day in heaven is 100 years in the mortal realm. But I rather wonder if it's not the opposite. That prison must be a torturous place indeed.
Oh, I've never heard this story.
I made it up.
Sure.
Coming from an Adeptus, it must be worth quite the sum. Alas, dawn approaches. Another day, another 100 years. Time to go home.
Hey, so that kid's mom is dead. Poor child.
Is this the Quayle Assembly?
The Quayle Assembly? That name hasn't been used for centuries.
It's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. What the fuck? What? Okay. Great first introduction to this character. She's Nobody's ever talked about her. That obviously, I'm sure people talked about her. I haven't seen a single person ever mention her. I didn't even know she's been in the game this long. I thought she was like an new character, like new. I guess 4 months is new, but still. Like nothing, not a hint of anyone talking about her in my feeds of anything. Like what? Girl, where'd you come from? My medicine's kicking in, so my head really hurts. So if I sound if I sound sick, that's why. If I suddenly sound like really sick, it's because of that. That, and I'm probably losing my voice, but maybe I can actually I don't know. I always talk like in my head voice, which does not help the fact that I sound 12. Or like a woman. I mostly sound 12, regardless. But I can't speak in my chest voice, but it might actually help me be in less pain for once. Even though I run out of breath when I speak, like, properly in my chest voice. Anyway. Just a little preamble. By mortal flesh to kindred earth.
I was fond of walking through the fields, watching the sunset and the moon rise.
You do gotta feel bad for her.
It was the season where wishes took flight.
Oh, you're really pretty.
But then...
Sorry, I say that every time.
I forgot. I returned home.
Players are so fond of immortal, ancient, white-haired women. Oh, song's beautiful. I wish I knew more Mandarin. I know very little.
Dream frozen and tormented in time. All will fade. Yet you must remember, that nation ablaze with light, that is our home.
Oh my god, is she wearing pants? Sorry, I'm like legitimately surprised. In my Genshin Impact? If not, she's at least got a lot of leg covered. No, I think they're just really high up tights or something. Oh my god! Okay, yeah, this is really a high stocking. You fooled me for a second. It at least makes her look very covered. I don't feel like I learned a lot about her character, except that I'm sad. Okay, Genshin. Jeez. I get it, you just want me to be sad. No, it's Varka's turn. Oh god, we're already at Varka. He's finally real. We've been hearing about him since 1.0, and it took till 3 months ago, probably 4 months ago. I don't know if he came out on the same patch as Jubai, which might explain why Jubai like nobody talked about her because of Varka. She got the Yoimiya curse of being right before a majorly anticipated character. Just unlike Yoimiya, it has yet to happen to her like 3 times in a row. I will never forgive them for putting Yoimiya before an Archon and then immediately rerunning her, I think before another Archon, right? Like, what? Why do you hate Yoimiya? I pulled for Yoimiya on her first banner, and I will stand by that. I love her. Do I main her? No. She's not on any of my teams, and she's not built properly anymore. But I used her for a very long time. I did. I just never pulled the proper supports
Finish
for her.
a story from last time.
Huh?
No, we're having.
It's not just a story. These are the true.
There's a little. We'll just have to restart. It'll be fine.
Finish a story from last time.
Huh? It's not just a story. These are the true adventures of Varka the Expeditioner. Huh?
Yeah. Enough up. Prepare for database update.
Understood. Now collecting data.
All right then.
Grandmaster Varka, who does none of his own work.
I split from the main group to see to some business in Nat.
Oh.
Land.
It's doing it again.
Left off, I split from the main group to see to some business in Natlan.
You want to trade expertise on fighting the Abyss? All right. Natlan never turns away a friend. That said, is intel the only thing you're here to trade? I've heard Mondstadt is famous for something else.
Wine?
Of course. Which is why I brought this. Natlan Aphemide sure is something else.
Right back at ya. This dandelion wine's good stuff.
Data updated for Pyro Archon Mawika. Alcohol tolerances God tier.
If it was a dessert eating contest, I'd have won for sure. What happened next? Come on, keep going. The more we can update Inef's database, the better.
Another story, huh?
Regarding the abyssal calamity in the north, that is all I am able to say.
That's more than enough. Thanks.
Capitano, I miss you.
Not quite what you were expecting, Knight of Boreas.
I don't put much weight in expectations. Our enemy is ever changing after all. It pays to be prepared.
I will not stop a knight from pursuing his own path. But a word of warning. This is a path that cannot be retraced.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
How interesting. How interesting. It is funny. It does seem like they took a little bit of the gravel out of his voice when they actually showed his character design. Because I feel like when we were hearing the letter that Mika delivered to Mondstadt from him, he sounded way older. And then they were like, "Oh shit, he's not an old man. We gotta downgrade the amount a little bit." Turns out he's not old. He's just weird. It's like, oh, Varka isn't old. He's just a freak. He's just like that. I guess he is kind of old, because like Razor, Rosaria, and such are all adults, and they kind of see him Well, maybe not Rosaria, but at least Razor's an adult who sees him like a fatherly figure, so, you know. Older, but not like an old man. He's not a grandpa. I'm so sad. I've played Varka a little. I don't have him, but I played him a little. He's very fun to play. Oh, look, the Grand Master's office. The place that Jean belongs, because Varka doesn't do any fucking work. Listen, I think he's really entertaining. Great character. But as the Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius, get him out of here. Just be like this, bro. Just give Jean the title.
You know me, but let me give you a quick refresher. The name's Varka, Knight of Boreas and Grand Master of the Knights of Favonius.
That's not an accurate image. He has too much color in his skin.
No walk in the park. It's a job filled with challenges and perils. But a knight never surrenders to hardship. For freedom.
Horses! That's not real. Genshin doesn't have any horses.
When it's too hard.
Mika.
Where are you going?
The winds of freedom are calling me.
Poor Mika.
Master,
Poor
a few more
Jean.
files for you to...
Jean should be allowed to kill him, actually.
Lee.
I don't know where he is.
Bribing the child. How could he?
Grandmaster? Could we?
Huh. Sure. Not enough force. Balance is off. Practice on a few more dummies.
Understood.
Oh? Now we're talking.
Wind called you to the bar again?
Pigeons!
Oh no, Timmy!
Where are you?
The true villain of Genshin. Timmy,
Rust buckets.
you led ruin guards to the...
This drink is on me.
Not the fish claymore. I gave that to D-Luke.
Looking for me?
I have heard this song because it's a playable song in the game. Official! That's cool. Since he's animo and relies on other elements, showing off the Mondstadt characters makes sense. That's sweet. But you really shouldn't be the Grandmaster. You don't want the paperwork responsibility. You shouldn't take up the job that has the paperwork responsibility. That's all I'm saying.
Guess even the winds of freedom answer to someone in the end, eh, Varka?
Turns out, protecting Mondstadt comes with a lot of paperwork.
That you never do. Sorry. But also we got to see Venti. It's like, see, everything I was thinking about Varka immediately lost. I saw Venti and I went, Venti! It's my good friend Venti from my video games. Oh my god, I forgot Linnea existed. I was like, I feel like I'm forgetting someone that's gonna show up, and I sure did. I remember people saying that like she looked like she should be in Star Rail, and I kind of agree. But you can also definitely see the modern Genshin design philosophy on her. And I say modern like Genshin isn't modern in general, but like you know what I mean. The post-Natlan design philosophy. Because, as I said, there was definitely a big shift in design philosophy for the characters at that point, and it's very obvious. My phone's almost dead, too. So, good thing we're nearing the end of the trailers. If I really needed to, I could switch to using just my computer for tracking, but that would create the even further lag issues.
So, you made yourself a disguise to stop them bullying you? Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. All right, don't worry. I'll just sit here and we can chat. Okay? They say that sometimes Snezhnaya and Faye will secretly switch their own child with a human baby.
Changelings, I know.
The Faye child seems very human at first, but only on the outside. Before long, she realizes that she's different. But she also knows she must hide her identity if she wants to survive.
Hey, look! I've never seen hair like hers before.
Wow, yeah! Those look like wings! Did you used to be a bird? Don't touch! It's my new hairstyle. My mom did it for me.
Oh, sweetie.
She spent so long trying to be like other people. She just wanted to fit in.
This is just what
But try as she
being
might,
neurodivergent
it
is.
never seemed to work. She was a square peg in a round hole. It was time to embrace her differences.
I can't believe this day has come.
Looks like you don't need that old hat anymore. Look after yourselves. I'll always remember the Conch Gang, huh?
We'll miss you too, old boss.
All right, the rain stopped. Time to go. Don't worry about being different. The world's a big place, full of wonders and surprises. Keep exploring, and one day, you're sure to find others just like you. Huh?
Cute.
You wanna come with me? Let's go then. The wide world awaits.
See, it's a really good thing I wasn't watching Genshin trailers when this came out, because this would have made me pull for her immediately. I'd be like, it'd work on me. I'd be like, I have to pull her. She's so cute. Like, sorry, I don't have self-control. I have to pull this character. It would have worked on me. But luckily, I wasn't watching trailers, so I survived. I only have like 20 pulls now because I was making pulls when I shouldn't have been. But to be fair, it'll be fine. I'm getting a lot of pulls from exploration right now because I'm unlocking the Temple of Space and Time stuff. I want to make sure I'm saying her name right, but nobody said a name in the trailer. most of the time. Of course, the one character whose name I knew how to pronounce, Varka, they were like, Varka, and I'm like, thanks! I knew that one! Okay, chair, you don't have to squeak. I'm sorry I moved. I moved like a tiny bit, and my chair's like, I have to make the most noise you've ever heard in your life.
One last thing. I'm sure the adventurers would benefit from your expertise.
Oh, Catherine! I was like, that doesn't sound like Banana.
Just send it my way.
Is the audio decent? Cute!
You're into fungi too? The Encyclopedia of Avidia Forest Fungi says the umbrella-like structures of these green ones are actually completely hollow.
The fungi are very cute. I missed the fungi event.
A one-of-a-kind melazine.
So she really is just like neurodivergent. I mean that in the most affectionate way. She's so cute. Sorry, that was like a legitimate gasp. It wasn't even a bit. I was like legitimately like, oh my capybara. She's actually so relatable. I love that we've seen nothing of her actual gameplay. Also, can I say I miss collected miscellany. Rest in peace. I miss hearing Dainsley's takes on every character. Although for the sake of this video, it's a good thing that they don't exist. She's so cute.
There it is, at last. A slate umbrella, Finch.
Aww.
Your hairdresser tricked me!
That's so cute. But also, I feel gypped. I wanted the capybara. I also feel gypped, Linnea. You're so relatable for that. Oh yeah, Prune. I know there's not a teaser for her because she's a 4-star. She's one of the 4-stars I also don't have now because of, you know, not having all of the 4-stars. Anymore. She's the one I was trying to get when I pulled on Duran's rerun. I didn't want Nicole. I was like, if I accidentally pull a 5-star, I'd rather have Duran. Because he's more useful for my current team comp. So, even though I know Nicole is objectively a better support, I don't care. I don't care about what is objectively a better character in the meta. Duran is my son. How is my 9%? I don't know if it's gonna last. Even though it's only a couple trailers. It's just a few, but it's still a number of them.
Ready to hunt some witches.
Her being a witch hunter and being friends with Clee is really funny. I guess she's not evil Nahida. No, I'm kidding. I have to make the joke at least once. Everyone else has. Yeah, Nahida's light mode, she's dark mode.
I can make a big bang if you want.
Cute.
I'm not giving up. Gotcha. Nowhere to run. Blazing delight. Ring-a-ling. Sparks and flash. You're done.
Cute.
Treasure hunts are for kids.
You're a kid, sweetheart. I hate to tell you this. You are, in fact, baby. She's so cute. Nicole! Only 2 left. It's just Nicole and Lohen. And my phone battery is at 8%. Let's see if I can plug it in if I move it to the other side, which means I'm gonna have to recalibrate my tracking. Sorry, I'm gonna freak out for a second. It's fine. While the teaser is loading for Nicole, I can try and fix this situation. Enough. Now it thinks I'm way the fuck over there, but that's okay. Come on. Go calibrate. Okay. Well, whoops. Okay. It's a little bit. It's fine. It's good enough. And then nobody has to make sure I'm not like way over to the side for some reason. Okay. Give me your teaser, Nicole. Okay. You had so much time to load. So much time. What the fuck?
The great ruler of the firmament bestowed upon my kin the blessings of wisdom and power.
Oh yeah, aren't you an angel?
Yet now, for the right to continue to subsist under the gaze of the gods, one must be surrendered. And all because of a mishap even our creator could not have foreseen?
I know she's also a member of the Hexen Circle.
Divine Envoy, please guide us.
Divine Envoy, please don't abandon us.
Is the path not laid before you? To give guidance is my greatest pleasure, and you shall have it whenever you so wish.
Divine Envoy, I heard Vindagnir is already...
Are we truly on the right path?
Your concern is known to me, but you need not fear, for a brighter era is on the horizon. This was predestined. The future cannot deviate from this path.
And if the hands of fate choose to lead this world toward destruction...
Nicole.
Nicole. Nicole. Nicole.
The Heavenly Throne has deceived us.
Our sovereign is neither all-knowing nor all-powerful.
Nor are his plans without flaws.
Let your heart guide the way.
The world and fate can both yet be changed.
Even creations are bound to develop desires their own creator cannot erase. And when those desires accumulate, the threads of fate themselves will be shaken. Wisdom or power? I rather think I'd like to keep both. As long as I pay the right price, creating that loophole shouldn't be too hard, right?
Well, that's ominous. Hey, that's a little ominous. Isn't it? A little scared. I'm a little frightened. I actually don't know what, how do I say that? I really don't know what's going on with Nicole. I feel like I'm so out of date with the lore and what we know, obviously. It's like, I know of Nicole. I know some of the stuff. It's just like, what are we doing? What are we doing? What's going on? I know she's good, mostly. She is friends with Alice, which, you know. Alice is morally something. She's out here doing maybe in unethical experiments, but she's not actively causing huge problems like the Tory, so I guess we forgive her. Also, she's Klee's mom, so you know. But yeah, with the Hexen Circle, I don't really know what's going on. I wish I did. I used to be so in the loop with all of the lore, but I've forgotten so much too. Because I know there's probably people being like, "Well, this stuff happened before." Like all this stuff was revealed before. It's like before you stop playing. It's like, yeah. Have you considered I'm stupid? I don't have a working memory. My long-term memory is usually pretty good, but not always. And this is one of those not always cases. Okay, this should be loaded enough. Oh, speaking of the Hexen Circle.
Mr. Nine, I came up with a fantastic idea for a new novel during the latest tea party. Again.
Hello? There we go. We'll restart.
Mr. Nine, I came up with a fantastic idea for a new novel during the latest tea party.
Again.
Oh, the subtitles are fucked up. I don't know.
This one's gonna be about an ordinary girl who becomes a hero. With courage and a dream, our heroine embarks on a quest to defeat the Demon King.
Oh, are we watching Jansen Stalking now?
Are you sure I can beat this?
Is that Ellen?
Looks like we need to give her some backup.
Of course. How about a small but mighty warrior? A mage who wields the elements. And a healer to provide some much needed support.
Oh, I forgot Nicole is...
A quest wouldn't be complete without a cast of compelling characters.
The writer who wrote, well, the writer, you know what I mean. Responsible for the story Official.
Oh no, this doesn't sound half bad.
Right? Fate leads our brave heroes to cross paths and unite against their common foe. One brave choice and a legend that will resonate across the ages is born.
Oh, I like the glitching sounds in the music.
If needed, I will also be there to guide their path.
Let every heart's wish be met.
Okay. But what about the Demon King's motive? He can't just destroy the world for no reason.
I mean, you could.
That's for you to figure out.
Hey, this was your idea!
To be fair, you can have someone that's evil just for the sake of it. Back in my day, lots of villains were like that. For power or whatever. Does that mean we're up to date? Is it just Lohen? The reason I reinstalled Genshin. You bitch. I'm mad about it. I was free. And then they drawed me back in with one crazy character. I love horrible. I love characters that are a little fucked up. It's the final teaser. Dun, 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 dun. I really didn't think this would take this long, if I'm being honest. I was like, it's only been a year. How many trailers could there be? That was my first mistake. I really thought I'd be able to get through at least all of Genshin and, like, Dario or ZZZ, one of them. Because I know one of them I've not missed that many trailers for. Like, Genshin's the only one I missed, like, a full year's worth. I'm only, like, a couple months, like 6 months, behind on the rest. Okay. I know we're about to see something fucked up. My Twitter dashboard I have not been able to avoid spoilers for Lowen's teaser and trailer at all. They're everywhere. It's like my entire dash is Persona and Lohen. I'm like, guys, come on.
Hey, did you hear? The examiner for this expedition selection is the new vice captain of the 5th Company.
Oh,
but
actually,
I thought he only
you know
recently
what?
joined the Knights. How did he get promoted so fast?
Did no one in the 5th Company put up an objection? Those firearm guys are usually as hot-tempered as their weapons.
It doesn't matter how he got the job. What's important is how we get him to pick us for the expedition. Have any of you spoken to him yet?
Most of my dashboard when this teaser came out was Lowen's like adventure era outfit with people drawing him.
Say no matter what the mission is, he always charges headlong into the fray. He's never scared of getting hurt. Maybe he even enjoys it.
I heard the same thing.
I heard he's a
massive. He ambushed a whole Fatui camp all by himself. I'd rather take on the Recon and Vanguard companies combined than tangle with a guy like that.
Sounds like he loves it.
Okay, but the use of color is really good.
Oh? I heard he used to be an adventurer. They say he got bored with commissions, so he snuck his
there
way
it
into
is.
the Knights of
So many
Provence.
drawings of that.
Maybe
And I think it's
not the
mainly because
fighting he
people
likes
don't want
per
to put up with
se,
all the details in his
just
actual
having fun.
outfit.
Having fun? Doesn't sound much like a knight to me.
Come to think of it, which company are you from? I don't think I've seen you around. You look young. A fresh new rookie, huh?
Don't you worry. You'll get to know me soon enough.
That's so ominous.
Why not? A drink to new friendships.
When? How did the wine? Drugs.
Don't just take wine from
That
strangers.
should just about sum up the assessment.
100% failure rate. What else should I have expected? Oh?
They should count themselves lucky. If they ran into someone like me in the wild, it wouldn't have just been 40 winks. How can someone who's about to embark on a grand expedition be so sloppy?
Huh. Well played. Join us then. We could use someone to keep us honest.
It would be my honor, Grandmaster.
I do know that people, like, there's been leaks of, like, all his voice lines about him, and his, where it's like, yeah, he's just always trying to kill Varka, as evidenced by the fact that he just poisoned. Varka's like, I'll keep him around, though. It's like, Varka, are you okay? No, okay, Lohen's, like, a freak, right? Love that for him. Lohen's, like, a freak, and you know, that's great and all. Varka's gotta be like, we're not addressing the fact that Varka's more of a freak. Like, who's more of a, like, you're the one keeping him around. That's on you, buddy. We all know that there's something deeply wrong with him, but you're the one like, you know what? This guy just poisoned a bunch of our recruits. So that makes him perfect to come with us instead. Or, like, you know, he's constantly trying to kill me. Which, that makes him perfect. It's like, what? Varka, what? Hello? Are you okay? Go to therapy, dude. I know you don't want to do paperwork, but this is a bit much. You don't gotta get poisoned over it. The way my Twitter dashboard just, like, suddenly exploded in people talking about the teaser. And then when did it was like yesterday, right? That Lohen's trailer came out, and again, I was like, guys, please, I'm trying not to get spoiled so that I can react to all this stuff. You can't be posting literally every single thing about these trailers. I felt the same way, oh my god, when... I mean, the same thing happened when Mavuika came out, but at least then it was a character that I, like, didn't like already. I had an established feeling about, and it was mostly negative. I kind of forgot, since we're still looking at... Okay. I kind of forgot with Nicole that she was Mr. 9, even though I just did Fischl's homework quest. I just did it, like, last week. This is it. This is the final one. I'm about to look like such off. Never mind. You know what? It's fine. I'll be normal.
I'm impressed you're still conscious. One last chance.
We're just doing Yelan and Jane's trailers again.
Are you going to cooperate?
This is just Jane's trailer.
Oh, cat got your tongue? Then let's play a little game.
Persona. Oh my god.
6 chambers, 1 bullet. Your odds are down to 1 in 5. When your time's up, I pull the trigger. How long will you last? How good's your luck?
All right.
Next topic: venue security.
Is everyone ready?
His voice actor is really doing the most. I admire it. Oh, Black Market?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, the masterpiece we've all been waiting for.
Last question. Tell me about the final item.
For many, no doubt, tonight's real target.
I'm normal.
Machine from Fontaine, modified to remove all firepower restrictions. A true work of art, huh?
That's so scary. That's so scary. Guys, I have a confession. His burst animation, a screenshot of it has been my phone lock screen since it was leaked. Okay, but holy shit, the color grading in both his teaser and his trailer are so good. What the fuck?
Switching places with the auction item. A real masterstroke if I say so myself. That kid.
Well, you can't deny that he's won us the Northern Intelligence Network's respect.
Yeah, it was nothing. No need to thank me.
Very well, but there's one last thing. Where's the item you removed from that crate?
I turned it into a true masterpiece.
Great job. You're so scary. You're so scary. But I'm super normal about him. I'm maybe like the most normal anyone's been about his trailer or teaser, and I'm, you know, very normal. I'm just a normal guy. It's just the most normal guy you've ever seen. Anyway, this probably won't come to YouTube for a while. So if you're seeing this in like 3 months and 3 more character trailers have come out, please, I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. I gotta edit this. I can't leave in all of the loading time and shit. I've gotta edit it. So I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Lohen is the most recent as of recording. Oh, I should do the whole spiel of like, thank you for watching, like, subscribe, check me out on Twitch. Mostly the last one because I never remember to upload to YouTube. I won't be playing Genshin on stream, just for the record. The game is too high maintenance for my computer, as evidenced by the struggles. Even if I just am a PNG, it'll have a hard time. So I will leave this there for YouTube. Thank you for watching. I love you platonically. Remember, do hydrate, stretch, take your meds, go to the bathroom if you need to. That one's mostly actually relevant for Twitch. You can pause the YouTube video. And kiss your pets on the head, of course, and tell me who your favorite character is and what your favorite trailer is, and if you are mentally unwell about any of the characters as much as I am. I will be reacting to the Star Rail and Zenless Zone Zero trailers I missed in separate videos. Those I will probably find a way to do more efficiently, and also will be shorter, because I've definitely missed less of those. I'm pretty sure Magus is as far back as I am in Sinless, and Star Rail, I don't want to talk about it because I'm not actually sure. I feel like I watched... Okay, the most recent for Star Rail is Dunhung. However, I did skip a couple trailers. So, not as far back. Anyway, that'll be it for YouTube. Take care of yourselves. I love you. Platonically. As for Twitch, I gotta eat. I'm sorry, I lied to you about my history. I thought I'd get through this faster. I really did. I didn't expect like an hour of this to just be loading times. I also didn't think I had that many trailers to go through. It never seems like that long. I'm bad at judging time. I'll do the trailers for Zenless and Star Rail some other time. And as for Project Cat, I'll do that Wednesday. I know that right now I have a randomizer on the schedule, but randomizers don't take that long. So I will do Project Cat first, and then I will do the Resident Evil randomizer. Okay? And we'll be back to my 2D model Wednesday. As for Friday, I don't remember what's on my schedule. Oh, the Twilight Princess randomizer. We'll be continuing that. So I will see you on Wednesday at 5 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. I already did my own spiel for YouTube, so I don't really need to do it for you. But remember to take care of yourselves. I love you platonically. Let's find a raid target, huh? This is a bit. Let's see. Okay. You're actually, I'll just close. I must have VTube Studio. Incorrect. Sorry. We'll switch to the PNG. I will close VC Face. And I will use my phone to find us a raid target. Sorry. I hit the microphone a little bit. I feel like I should have more to say, but I don't. Oh my god, okay. Twitch. Please. So many tech issues. But hey, it still says we dropped no frames on OBS, so almost 5 hours. Hey, my first stream back, almost 5 hours, and it was just me reacting to shit. Honestly, I don't know if we have anyone to raid. Primy's not live. It's gonna be like, unless she's live. She's not. Which makes sense, it's a bit late. I don't have a good raid target, and I honestly don't feel like I don't have the energy. I gotta eat. Listen, I gotta eat something. So, we'll just call it there, okay? You can forgive me for this. I'm new. I'm first day streaming in a week. It's been a while, okay? I had a little vacation for recovery. My mouth hurts from talking so much, but it did keep me from messing with the wound, so I guess in the end it was a benefit. And I am not being tracked right now, but I'm still moving around a bunch like I am. With all of that said, take care. I will see you on Wednesday if you show up. Thank you for being here, whether you chatted, lurked, or whatever. I appreciate it regardless. In the meantime, take care of yourselves. I will be back Wednesday evening and then again on Friday morning with my more usual content. I'm gonna go eat something, so you should do the same if you need to or whatever. What is it? Hydrate, stretch, take your meds, go to the bathroom, have a snack, and all of that. Kiss your pets on the head for me, because I love them. Stanley. Oh, my voice got softer for some reason. I think I'm just losing my voice. Anyway, bye-bye. Usually I go bye, but I'll just say bye-bye this time. See you later.